Hello everybody and welcome to the Video Solutions Ecosystem Day. That's a really long sentence, Anders.
Yeah.
I've been practicing all morning to say this.
Yeah.
It's going to be a long day.
Yes.
A lot of information. So what are we going to hear about?
Yeah, this long day. We will try to do this day in the biggest language in the world, and that is probably bad English, because we're also having the colleagues from the Benelux team here today. And one thing, we will do it in English, but there will be a Q&A session today as well. So you will be able to ask questions in this Menti session that Petra will show you in a very short while. So if you do it in your native language, the Benelux team will try to help us to translate it. If you do it in English, we will have a bit simpler way to answer the question. And some of the questions, last time we did this, we had hundreds of questions. We didn't have the time to answer them all. So for the ones of you who registered, we send it out to you afterwards. That will probably be the situation today as well. And some of the questions will probably be covered in the afternoon session that is really packed of interesting and valuable information.
But Anders, what if I haven't registered yet?
No, then you have to do it now. And what you see here, registration, I should do like this. This is the QR code that you're using for registration. So if you have come into the session by any other way, please register so you will have all the information provided today. In the morning session, we will start by talking about the future of video. This buzzword, future of video, AIoT, artificial intelligence. We will start to bring you into the journey that we are doing today with an explanation of how we as a manufacturer see the future of video. We will start with that one. Then we will come into the update of the products that are using these AI detectors perhaps. We will also mention some of the products being used by customer of ours. We will have a use case where you will be interviewing one of our customers.
Yeah, I think it's really important that we also hear the voices of our customers.
Exactly. And also the voice of the customers. All these topics that you see here, it's actually you who have asked us, could you please cover these ones a bit more? So we will do that. Cloud-based services, the Inteox cameras, and also a very nice tool, the GVSG tool, that makes you able to plan your installations with Bosch cameras in a really simple way. We will have a dedicated session with Harold and Wilfred later this afternoon, so stay tuned for that one as well. We will have a lunch break, as I mentioned. Yeah, it's a packed day. It's a lot of nice and interesting information. I think it's time to start.
Yes. So what's next?
I think we should try to get Petra in the loop so we can test the Menti with a few questions so you know how that one is working and also how to log into Menti. And I think it's also time to update my colleague and upgrade from Björn to Petra. Thank you, Björn. You will see Björn here in a short while again. As you heard, I think we covered the registration part quite a lot. Petra, you need to help me out with this one. It's a long day. I'm actually a bit stressed. It's so many nice interviews to do here. So Menti, we have been using this one many times before. And
yes,
Petra, you have black belt in Menti. You're coming from the marketing division, what we sometimes call the ice cream and balloons department, but yeah. No, really, you have done this before, and usually when we have these sessions with Q&A sessions where we collect information during the whole day, it's a lot of information and a lot of questions. So could you please start a little bit about how to handle this one?
Yeah, so we're going to use Menti, as Anders said, and the Menti is going to be used for the Q&A section later on this day. But for using Menti, you need either a smartphone, tablet, or if you're sitting by a computer that has two screens, you can use the computer as well. But you can either scan the QR code that is visible now down below, or go to menti.com and enter the code.
Yeah, and the questions will be able to be asked the whole day, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
they will.
Even in the afternoon session, when we have the breakout sessions, you will be able to ask the questions, but those ones will not be covered when you do the question wrap-up during lunch, right?
Exactly. But we have, as you said earlier,
Yeah.
we will send those answers during or in email.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
The ones of you who registered, and I think we covered that one quite a lot, you will have all the answers of the questions coming out to you mid next week, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. We also mentioned the the cooperation we do together with the Benelux team with the session today. There might also be some other countries, people from other countries joining in today. We will not be able to translate those questions directly, and also there is a bit of a delay when it comes to translation of questions.
Yeah, it is.
So
So we would prefer the questions in English.
yeah, that makes it a little bit easier for us and a little bit simpler. So
Yeah.
when we consolidate the questions, and I will try to answer them all, even if my colleagues who are sitting in the background here will be helping out, it's easier.
It is.
Yes. Okay, that is those things. Anything else before we actually look into Menti?
I think not. Maybe just mention Menti is an anonymous platform, so we won't know who is asking what questions.
No, that could also be quite easy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe we should try to start Menti.
Yes. Okay. You can see the QR code. You can see the actual code. You know, website is pretty simple, menti.com.
Yeah,
Shall we try it?
let's try it.
You need to help me out here.
Yeah,
Because
you can be the guinea pig, Anders.
yeah, okay. So on the left side, or one side of the screen, you will see my iPad, and code was, Petra, help me
The
out.
code was 78,
78,
74,
74,
23,
23,
22.
22. Submit. Wow.
Let's see.
Okay, it's a nice, cute little heart down here as well.
Yeah.
So this is how it looks like.
And once we're here, you see the tab open Q&A.
Even I do, yes.
Yeah. And there you can actually write the questions.
Wow.
So yeah.
Petra, it's already questions here.
Yeah, I can see that because people are faster than you to log into Menti.
Yeah, most people are probably.
Yeah.
Okay, when is the coffee break? So these are the recent questions. It has a thumb. It also has the possibility to give us the top questions. What is this all about, Petra?
Yeah, so top question is actually the question that has the most votes. So you see next to a question, there is a thumbs up symbol. So if you see a question that you really prefer or would like us to answer or prioritize, just give it a thumbs up and we will answer that one in the beginning of the Q&A.
Okay, cool. I even submitted a questionnaire testing it out. Okay, so these are the questions. When you do the voting, it's really important that perhaps you don't even need to type in the question on your own. Usually when we have a lot of questions coming in, we will filter them out as well to get the highest votes up first. That is what we're trying to do.
Exactly.
And I think, but this is pretty basic. If I can do this one, probably anybody can.
Let's hope so, at least.
Shall we see if we can get some questions out to the audience, and also
Yeah.
to see if people have started to log in and understanding how to use this one?
Yeah, so once again, use your smartphone or a tablet, or if you're sitting by a computer with two screens, use the QR code or go to menti.com and enter the code that you see below.
And now we would like to ask the audience a few questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to test it out. But also there is one question here that is a bit important, and we would like you to put some energy and some thoughts behind when you're answering. This one is pretty simple. But let's take a bit more about that one when that one comes.
Exactly. So, first test question. If everybody looks down on their screen, there's a question there. Where are you joining from today?
Okay, it's where I'm actually joining from and not where I would like to be, right?
Exactly, Anders.
Okay. Now, of course, I would like to be in the office with you and Roger, who is also here in the room today, instead of being on the beach or in the bar, but yeah, or actually with you customers out there. So I will submit the office, of course.
Yeah, and as you can see, the results are coming in live, and people are getting the hang of it, it looks like.
That's real. Yeah, come on, this is not the first time they're using Menti.
No.
So this is really good. Okay, cool. Another question, perhaps?
Let's see.
This one.
So, this is an important question.
Yes.
How did you hear about this event?
Why do we ask this one, Petra?
Well, it's mainly so we know how to reach out to you when we're hosting these kind of events.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So but in this one I can actually have multiple answers, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
you can.
And this one is simple for me because my boss told me to have this. So it's pretty simple. But I also heard it from other people, so I will use 2-1.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
You can do like that.
So hopefully we can use this information to be even better, to proactively come out to you with the information so you can be part of our events. And that also means we might do virtual events the whole year. we might even start to do face-to-face events coming up this autumn if everything goes as we...
Let's hope so.
Yeah, let's hope so. But just assume that you will have more webinars from us, you will have more virtual events. And for these ones, we really need to know how to reach you out there.
Yeah, it's really important.
So Bosch employee, LinkedIn, from newsletter, others. Okay.
It's a mixed result,
Yeah.
but I think most of the people heard from a Bosch employee, actually.
Yeah, I agree.
So last test question.
Yes.
How do you know Bosch?
Okay.
Bosch partner, Bosch distributor, work for Bosch, new to Bosch, or other?
Yeah, this one I work for Bosch, and I hope I will do it also after today. I hope I don't mess up too much and say the wrong things about the wrong persons at the wrong time. I sometimes have a habit of doing that, but okay, I work for Bosch when the day started, and I hope I will be working for Bosch when the day ends as well.
Let's hope we all will.
No. Okay. Good one.
Yeah.
So I think that one went fine.
Yeah. And people managed to log into Menti.
Yeah.
And as we said, Menti is going to be open throughout the whole day. So when you watch a presentation and have a question, just go to Menti and ask your question there.
Yeah. Yes, we will be wrapping up this Q&A session during lunch. I'll answer as many questions as possible. Roger will be the time manager and the timekeeper, sitting here in the studio, giving me some signs of when to cut the stuff and to cut Peter off as well. So, but I think we're good to go, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we are.
Next session will be the guys from Eindhoven has already connected, so I will be with them in a short while. You will also see Björn in a short while, but Petra?
It's time for me to leave.
Yeah,
right?
I think it is. So with big thank you. Let's see you again during the Q&A session just before lunch. And
Yeah.
apart from that one, it's time to get started. So that was the introduction, and also a little bit about Menti that we will use for the Q&A session later on. But now it's time to dig into the juicy stuff. And the first topic we have today is pretty much what is defining the day. You have seen the expression of future of video, perhaps, AIoT, and all that interesting buzzwords that we have started to see in the market. And the first session today will be about what we see as some of the building blocks of the future of video. And to explain this, I have invited three colleagues of mine. One is Ruud, who you will see coming up later on this afternoon as well, later on today in a short while. But we have two brand new colleagues that you probably never have seen before. So I would like to take the opportunity and let these three gentlemen introduce themselves, a little bit what they're doing, where they're sitting, and some of the cooperation they have with other parts within Bosch today. So, Ruud, should you start?
Thank you so much, Anders. Yes, happy to be here. My name is Ruud Toonders. I'm based out of Eindhoven. I'm already for quite a long time with the IP video team in the EMEA core central team for the sales and marketing. And I'm happy to explain you later on through the slides to the topic about definitely some very key interesting technologies we have.
Yeah, and you will also be part of the Inteox session in a short while. So the guys need to stand with you for a bit longer time as well. Holger, welcome.
Yeah, hello everybody. I'm Holger Vilbrand, the leading architect for our intelligent video analytics, so the software that runs on our embedded camera platforms. And processing power on these platforms, of course, is limited when compared to a PC. So our task is to get the maximum performance out of it by combining by clever choice and combination of algorithms and now also neural networks. We are located in Hildesheim, Germany, where there's also the Computer Vision Competence Center of Bosch. So we have a close cooperation with corporate research and are able to integrate the latest research results into our products.
Thank you. Really interesting. Also, I'm not sure that people sitting here and watching this know how much stuff we're doing together with other development teams within Bosch. But that's also something we will hear a very short bit about in the upcoming slides. Florian, also new face for the audience.
Yeah, thank you for having me here today. My name is Florian Richter. I'm also located in Hildesheim next to Holger's office. I'm the senior manager of the Artificial Intelligence Group, which is basically devoted to the development of state-of-the-art object detection algorithms, which are useful for our BTVS use cases. And yeah, in the upcoming session, we will see something about vehicle detection. This is one of our central projects that we are currently pursuing. And I'm looking forward to take you with me on the journey through AI.
Super, thank you. This was a little bit of us who is doing this presentation today. We will also, during the Q&A session, handle all your questions that you will be forwarding in through Menti. Then these guys, and together with me and some of the other friends in Benelux, will try to consolidate them so we can give you some good answers. But that's at the later stage. So now it's time to dive into the PowerPoint and start showing you a little bit what we're cooking behind the scenes. So I think we'll let Ruud start this journey we have today and begin a little bit about the background, what we have today, and where we're going in the future, and then perhaps Holger and Florian can elaborate a little bit more about it.
Sure. Yeah. Let's look at quickly what we have. So we have a very long history already with computer vision in our company, and we are embedding IVA as a technology and also our essential video analytics for many years already. But yeah, now is the age really of and the time really that we need to also marketize and also bring it commercially available new AI detectors. And we're very lucky today and very happy to have also Holger and Florian in the line. So passing on to you, Holger, maybe you can explain a little bit more about, yeah, the reasons why we have and stepping all into this AI domain here.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, IVA has its roots in perimeter protection scenarios and sterile zones, and we are proud that it was repeatedly tested to be amongst the top of its class there. But perimeter protection scenes and public places are quite differently. In perimeter scenarios, what you want to detect is the motion. The motion that differs from the typical motion that you have in the background of the scene. And it's not so important how the object that is moving, how it looks. For example, if you want to solve a perimeter scenario with an AI detector that you have trained how a person looks like, all the intruder needs to do would be to cover itself with some kind of pattern, and it becomes invisible, and that's not something that you want. But in a public places scenario, what you want there is to detect and track all the objects that you know about, the cars, the trucks, the bikes, and everything. And you want to separate them, even if they overlap to a large degree and moving together. And this is not something that you can solve by motion analytics or by change analytics alone. And
Yes.
this is where the detectors come in.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I think this is extremely important what you mention here, because we see a lot of companies out in the market talking about AI detectors, people, person identification and classification, and in perimeter protection, that is really easy to fool those kinds of algorithm by just, as you say, masking in some way, and then you can really fool them. So IVA, video analytics for perimeter protection and catching a thief, it's really one of the key topics and the key things we do. But now going into the AI world of these trained data sets, that is also something we're now trying to combine in a development stage as well. So Holger, if we now look into this one, how we are actually starting to merge this one with the video analytics for perimeter protection and the AI detectors, is that something you can tell us a little bit about the route we're going today?
Yes, I think it's very interesting to combine this information and to have all this motion information, all this information that we have to understand is seen in 3 dimensions on the ground plane, and to combine it with these trained detectors, which basically learn how an object looks like in 2 dimensions, how its appearance is. And I think that's the way to go to really extract the metadata that we want.
Yes. So perhaps over to Florian a little bit, because now we're getting into this AI detectors, where we see that we need to train these detectors in a different way, because we need completely different informations to generate the data set and the algorithm that these detectors run on, correct?
That's correct. But let me just go one step back. What Holger mentioned is perfectly fine and perfectly suits in an explanation for classical computer vision. However, if you look like, let's take a little bit more than 10 years, you can have perhaps say on the computational side, there was a major paradigm shift towards data-driven methods, like you would AI describe as one to be. This means instead of, like just Holger mentioned, to look for the appearance and to generate features from an expert setting, you would rather say, you would find a sort of a clever approach where we can comment on and say, here, I have so much data now, please look on your own what the features necessary for object detection are. And it turned out, and this is the key reason why Bosch is heading towards this AI strategy. It turns simply out that if you have enough data and if you are controlling the right computational resources, you can simply significantly outperform these classical algorithms when it comes to appearance-based object detections. So, and this has been done in research, like, let's say, for 4 or 5 years. And one of the key challenges, of course, is to get these, let's say, well-studied performance really onto an edge device, right? Because there you have major restrictions, like Holger previously mentioned, in terms of computational resources. And by combining the traditional approaches on the IVA, the scene knowledge, or these feature extraction from the context, with this data-driven method, we are aiming really at exceedingly good power.
Yeah, that's because we will see very shortly in the upcoming updates of the products, the first steps we will have in the products we will have to be able to do this. It will be the Inteox cameras with the OC model. We will also be touching a little bit about the upcoming other series of products. So I think it's very interesting, and I am really looking forward to see where we're going with this one in the future. Next step, Holger, I think it's Florian's piece. Perhaps you could tell us a little about how we see this loop, this story, what is enabling us to do this at this moment in time, and how we are incorporating this one into the development cycle.
Right. So first, again, just one step back, how does AI work, or how does this work, what I just described? Getting the information out of data simply. And as we have here on the left-hand side, the key word and honestly kind of overloaded terminology is called deep learning, which is just a sub-branch of the broader aspect artificial intelligence. Just to make this clear, artificial intelligence is even on a broader aspect and enters this classical realm of image processing in the previous times. But right now we are really going to the edge and use deep learning. So as it is a little bit depicted on the right-hand side, assume you have some sort of data, massive amount of data. Then I said previously, you need to have a clever, what we call ansatz or approach, in order to extract this information from that data. And this is depicted, this is biologically inspired by what's called artificial neurons, right? This is, if you look at how the human brain is a pretty strong machine in order to perceive visual data. And therefore, the researchers said, okay, let's do some object detection inspired of the mechanisms of the human brain. And this is there, what's on the right-hand side depicted as an artificial neural network. It has different components like neurons and activation functions. But basically, if you cut the story short, it means that if it sees a certain thing that I previously said is a feature, then a neuron will fire. This means like it will be activated by its activation functions. And now, by making this network deep, meaning having many hidden layers, like they are depicted on the right-hand side, you divide and conquer this initially very complex problem of inferring data, structure from data, into little tiny steps. And these tiny steps now finally outperform and extract features that are beyond, let's say, human perception or human classical engineering and perform better. That's the key. And you also see this down on the slide, what happens in these layers if you go to the end of the network.
Yeah, And this also brings us into something you might explain on the next slide. That is a bit about this closed loop learning and a little bit about that one, because that's also a bit of an interesting future looking into.
Yes. So once you've settled more or less the basics, you can say, okay, we see here, and it's literally, it's kind of an infinite loop, right? Where we just said, we started here on the way where you see this biologically inspiration of training the model. This means you have initially trained your model that you want to deploy, and during the evaluation and optimization stage, you're pretty enthusiastic about the performance and say, hey, I'm now ready to deploy this on a camera. And once you deployed this on a camera, you go into the field, you will be encountered with the real world problems, right? That are beyond your, let's say, laboratory conditions like bad weather, really bad lighting, and so on and so forth, which initially, using this approach, your network hasn't seen yet, you could say. It cannot have good detection performance under such environmental conditions, since you have some kind of corner cases there that you haven't had in the initial training. Therefore, you see your performance, and also perhaps you can use, or we will use, the power of IVA at this point to detect these corner cases, to get the data from these corner cases, and then let this data be labeled, getting an update of your model, and retrain it finally, such that after once you've run through the circle, can expect an improved performance of the overall system.
Yeah,
that's what basically this closed loop learning is. Yes,
exactly. So it's a really great value that we have all this history of IVA, of the video content analytics we have within Bosch. So I think this is also a strong part that we have been using this in our cameras for many years, but now we're continuing to using it. We're using it for other purposes as well. So I think that's also interesting. If we take the next step, if we go to the next slide, I think this one is something. Yeah, this one is really interesting. I will just do like this so we can see if we can get started. This is interesting. I really think, Holger, if you can mention a little bit about what we see, because this one is this is an interesting one, and just also explain, this is not something our customers will see in the actual product. This is things we see in development cycle in our PCs during the development.
Yes, and basically what you see here is what IVA is doing internally, because it adds a complete framework of three-dimensional scene understanding to the output of the detectors. So if you compare our system to the construction of a vehicle, you can regard the AI detectors as the motor, the engine. It's the core piece, but you still have to add the wheels, the brakes, the steering to complete the product, to make it work. And the AI detectors, what they deliver is basically for each single frame independently an output in which image region, in which bounding box, there is a car, there's a bike, there's a truck, etc. And it does the same for the next frame and the next frame. But this is not connected. So there could be discrepancies between the frames, or there could be missing detections. For example, if the occlusion gets too strong, or if the contrast gets very low so that the detector cannot detect anything anymore. And we combine these AI detector outputs with our 3D tracking, which is based on physics and running on the real ground plane of the scene. We use classic IVA algorithms for the tracking, for the connection of the objects, so that we have this real information we are interested in about the physical objects and objects that enters the scene, in which trajectory it moves through the scene until it leaves the scene again. Yes. And this is all combined so that we get this enhanced metadata out of the system that we are interested in.
Yeah, and also Holger, this is in the IVA section. Me and Jim will do in a very short while. We'll also be demonstrating a bit about the new calibration tool we have in Configuration Manager, because calibrated camera, good calibrated camera, will really give you the best of everything when it comes to getting these 3D dimensions and these 3D models, because without that one, yes, you have a pretty hard thing to do. So that will also be covered in the upcoming session that we will have in a few minutes.
Yes, that's true. So calibration is extremely
Yes,
So,
but also for everybody to know, this is not something you will see in the products out there. This is what we are using in the development. Really good one, interesting. But Ruud, I think it's time for you to mention a little bit where we're putting in this intelligence in the products, because we have a wide range of products. And in a short while, you will also be talking about the Inteox cameras, the OC models. So if we jump into the products we have, where we can see the implementation of intelligence.
Yes. So if you look at to where we are targeting this onto, and yeah, we have already quite a long history of different technologies. We have already essential video analytics already onto our IP3000 until our 6000 series of cameras, which already can do really decent analytics as explained. So the step upwards from that is the IP7000 till the 8000, which can do the IVA. So more robustness, more better performance, and we're growing this. So we have these both engines today, which are there, but they don't build the total solution, right? So it's all about the solution, because the solution only gets together as soon as you can visualize it, can integrate it, can bring the whole thing together. And that's why we are also having these kind of tool sets and software tools available for visualizing and also triggering on certain alerts for the metadata. And that's the product which we call Intelligent Insights. Looking at the AI part of it, so we are now bringing out this new fixed camera series as well. So more about this in the session in the afternoon. But in this specific fixed camera range of cameras, we will also have AI capabilities and AI engines built in, like we have also with our Mickey and our Autodome series. And we'll take it a step upwards already to give you the latest, greatest, best technology, which we simply have on the OC models. So this is really with a built-in analytical engine with all these things which Holger and Florian explained. Yeah, we'll have them on the OC models from Inteox available. And that's how we will bring this towards the market this year. Then what we see here is that we have this implementation of these different technologies with this new 3D tracking capabilities, thankfully to what we already have built in many years with our IVA technology. Adding all these geolocations and speed attributes to it, so which will give us very, very nice applications, very useful in the traffic market. So this enhancement, what we like to say, to the vehicle detector, that is one of the biggest benefits we clearly see here. But yeah, of course, it also works very perfectly if you just have a parking lot where you need to simply count a certain number of cars in a very robust and precise manner. So that's also a very good application already. Yeah, and the nice application and a nice added feature set we're also getting here is that we will have also a very strong person detector. A strong person detector, of course, we can then detect as soon as a person is on the road. We can also count in an inner city the number of persons in front of the camera. And that's very nice and gives us a very nice number of applications here. So this is all coming actually in fall this year. So that's at least where we're targeting onto. So a lot of nice, new, beautiful AI solutions are coming to you from Bosch.
Yes. Ruud, we will also see in the Inteox session, we will see a few different AI detectors from other vendors that is running on a Bosch camera. So when we talk about future video, I might even say that the future is here, because we will see AI detectors running in a Bosch camera, both the ones made from Bosch directly, from corporate research, together with the Hildesheim team. We will see other AI detectors from third-party vendors running in a Bosch platform, just like your Android telephone. And all this is somewhere being combined together to a solution. You will see the BVMS presentations really soon, in a few minutes, where we will demonstrate the first way of the map-based tracking assistance. It doesn't really have anything to do with metadata overlay in BVMS, but for that one, you can use Intelligent Insights. But just be aware, all our technologies, features, and all these developments that you will see today will come together to a solution. And that is really what we mean by combining it into an ecosystem. This ecosystem will not just be Bosch in the future, it will also be cooperation with other vendors like in the Inteox cameras. Going into the cloud solutions, we might have other friends in the market that we're combining our services with as well. So by the end of this day, when you have seen all the presentation and all the material, I hope you remember this first spot we talked about today, because then you will say, this is what Holger and Florian was talking about. And actually also Ruud said something that makes sense. So think about that one. Keep aligned, keep looking, and please stay tuned for all our sessions coming up. Big thank you to all of you guys. Great effort. So nice to have you here. And Holger and Florian, great job. Ruud, you still need to do another presentations. So stay awake. I'll see you soon. So now you heard a little bit about the future, where we're going with this future of video, the artificial intelligence in our products, and also a little bit about the background from the intelligent video analytics. And now it's time for me to introduce two dear friends of mine that will help me in the next upcoming presentations. So, Badir and Gijs, could you please introduce yourself to the audience of today?
Yes, I can. So I'm Gijs van der Borden, and I'm a global product manager for the camera portfolio. Badir.
And I am Badir Sier, also working in Eindhoven, regional product marketing manager in the EMEA region, also mainly representing fixed cameras.
Thank you, guys. Super. These two colleagues of mine will help us out in the presentation and the demonstration we'll do very soon. Gijs will also be part of the afternoon session, where we will go into the details of the Flexidom 8000i X series, and where you will see the real difference between the series we have today and the updated versions. So now it's time to talk about the products. We will start talking about the Autodom 5100i. We will talk about the Flexidom 8000i X series. We will talk about the multi-sensor camera that is soon here in the market, and also a sneak preview about the upcoming panoramic series. And now I would like to hand over to my friend Badir, who will start his presentation about these cameras.
Yes, thank you very much, Anders. So let's look at the new additions in our mid-range Autodom family. As you can see on this picture, we have a full lineup from 4,000 up until 7,000 of Autodoms, and right in the middle we have the new 5100i. So without further ado, let's see what these new puppies bring us. We have obviously, with this new generation, upgraded the hardware of this family line, and there we see some great improvements on the technical capabilities of these cameras, such as the improved sensors that we've put in them, going from 1/3 inch in the past to 1/1.8 inch, and also increase of resolution from 1080p to 4 megapixel. We will see a little bit later in the presentation what that actually brings in image quality. Obviously, also with the improvement on the hardware, the dynamic range has improved, and now we're up to 133 decibel. With the new technologies we've introduced, also the sensitivity of the camera has improved greatly in as well color and mono version. And there also we see that the non-IR version now has 20 times optical zoom, and the IR version stays with the previously 30 times optical zoom. On the non-IR, we will make a short comparison what that actually means in image quality. Both of them are IP66 and IK10 rated, so suited for outdoor installation, obviously. And a great new feature with the IR version is that we now have dual illumination. We have, for the IR part, more than doubled the capabilities, going to up to 320 meters of infrared capability. And with the white light now, we can reach up to 60 meters. As I just mentioned, is that the non-IR version only has 20 times optical zoom compared to the IR version. However, since we have a larger sensor, 1/1.8 inch, and also higher resolution, if you would compare the non-IR version to this previous version, which had 30 times zoom, you can see that the pixel density, the pixels per meter, are the same roughly. So although we have less zoom, we have the same image quality.
Yeah, that's really important to remember when you're calculating your pixel density, that you, with this 4 megapixel sensor, you have such a big amount of pixels, and even if you have less zoom range on your optical lens, it gives you the same result. So that's really important to remember. Even I forget that from time to time.
I will remind you, Anders, don't worry about it.
Thank you.
And the next picture I want to show you then is for the IR version, where we have the 30 times optical zoom. Due to the new hardware and new technologies that we're using, we're really now giving the image quality a boost. As you can see in the full picture here, we're having a daytime scene where we have a dark parking lot and on the first floor there, and then we've zoomed in on a car which is parked there, and on the right hand side you can see the cutout of this image, which then really you can visually identify which type and model of the car is, but you could also actually read the license plate. And this is from a distance of 180 meters away. So this is really a great way of showing that we've increased the dynamic range of this camera family. The next picture I quickly want to show you is that we have also, with the HDRX technology, which we'll see the details about this afternoon, increased at the low light level the sharpness of the image, because on the right hand side you can see a competitor image of a roughly same spec camera, and on the left hand side our image, which of course shows that the sharpness has greatly improved, and also that washout of bright light sources like the spotlights here beneath the word China are greatly reduced due to HDRX.
Yeah, but that sometimes there is no light at all, and then you need some illumination. And I know you have prepared a slide for me. You have a slide for me there as well.
Indeed. Here you can feast on this slide, Anders. This is pitch dark, 0 lux in a field with no lighting at all. And there you can see that zooming in, you can still actually, with the infrared capability, up until in this scene, 200 meters, you can clearly identify the 3 persons standing there. And actually with the zoomed in cutout, you can actually still recognize some facial details of the persons standing there. So even if it's pitch dark, you can still use these cameras to get a very good high quality image out of them.
Yeah, but what happens when it starts raining? Because sometimes we have rain and snow also in the Nordic region of the weather, and then we need to have something to help us to cover up for that one, right?
Correct, and that's also the next slide. There you see that we've now introduced a rain sensing wiper, which is has different modes in which you can set it to do auto wiping. So the next step in dynamic range technology is HDRX, which we discussed this afternoon. All the details will be shown to you and explained to you how that actually works. And this technology is in all 3 of the form factors, so the in-ceiling non-IR, dependent IR, non-IR, and dependent IR version.
Yeah, we cannot take away all the details from Gijs this afternoon, so we will just show this small cliffhanger to show you a little bit difference of what HDRX can do if you have a car that is moving pretty fast, and also what the differences is between different types of technologies. But I think this one we will keep for this afternoon, because it's really interesting, and I would like to keep people interested and also a bit awaiting the afternoon session. So.
No worries.
But to wrap this up now, the Autodome 5100i, where does it fit in our family?
So this camera then really brings in the higher dynamic range. It brings dual illumination. It brings wiper capability, and also the higher resolution. So overall, you can say that this is bringing our mid-range level cameras up to the next level, where you need specific more features or a better improvement on image quality. That's where the new 5100i really can deliver value.
Super. But thank you very much. It was so exciting, so I think we went over time a little bit, but that's how it is when we start talking about our cameras. We like them so much.
Correct.
So that was a little bit about the new features in the Autodome 5100i series. You heard about the HDRX technology. We will be focusing a bit more about that one in the Flexidome 8000i X series, and I will reach out to Gijs to help me out with this one. So, Gijs, could you please help me with this presentation about this update of the Flexidome 8000i series?
Yeah, sure I can. So let's dive into it. So as mentioned, we're expanding our current FlexiDome IP Starlight 8000 series with a complete new line of products branded the X series. And here we are adding two resolutions, 2 megapixel HD 1080p and 4 megapixel resolutions, and bringing in new technology like Starlight X and AZR X, really focusing on bringing image performance to the next level.
Yes. Okay, so what you also saw in the Autodome 5100i, we're just mentioning the HDRX. We're not talking about Starlight X because that is something that is unique for this FlexiDome 8000i X series.
Correct, yeah.
And what you also will tell us a little bit later on, but we will focus more on the technical details in this afternoon session, where we will be showing a lot of differences between the regular series as we have today and also the X series. So more about the details later on this afternoon, so don't give everything away right now.
Yeah. So if we talk about the 8000i series, we have our known benefits of this product line, focusing on very fast and easy installation, physical installation, but also commissioning of the product. So we have there the motorized pen tilt, roll and zoom, and even a wireless setup via the Project Assistant app to have very easy and fast installation and commissioning of the product. So no change here on the X series. This is as you know it from the existing product line.
Yeah, and hopefully we will also be able to show you a little bit about the new configuration in Configuration Manager later on in the IBA session. So that's also really interesting with some of the news and how we have increased the performance also in the configuration and calibration path for the IBA.
Yeah, some great improvements have been made there also. Yeah, I agree. So next to the known installation commissioning part, of course, our 8000 series includes our intelligent video analytics. I think industry leading in the reliability and distances it can cover. So also for the X series, this is in there as default, but benefiting from the improved image performance. So it can work reliably in even a wider range of applications. So as you know, an example of a nice scenario where analytics performs very well is perimeter surveillance in difficult lighting scenes. So you see here an application with very low light area on the right, and even subjects are already detected before they enter the restricted zone. Now, if you then have an overview of this whole 8000 series portfolio, at the bottom we see here the existing models that are available already. We have there 2 megapixel HD 1080p product, which brings the product at an entry point with remote commissioning, IDA, Starlight performance. Then moving up, we provide very high resolution imaging with half-inch sensors, so 6 megapixel resolution, 4K resolution, really giving you the biggest pixel count, making sure that if you have a scene where you need high pixel density, you can find it in this 8000 series. But then at the top, you see the new X series.
Exactly. And now we're going to the good parts, the Starlight X and HDRX. These are the exciting news.
That's really where we are adding something new to the portfolio. So focusing on 2 megapixel and 4 megapixel resolution, and adding there this new imaging technology to bring a next level of image performance for difficult lighting scenarios, right?
Yeah.
So to give this resolution overview at a glance, so 2 megapixel, 6 megapixel 4K, that were resolution points we already had available in the 8000 series, and that gives you an option to choose the right camera for the right application. So you need a very big, wide overview and still have a high pixel count. Of course, you need to move to higher resolutions. But you see there now also the addition of 4.1 megapixel. This is a new resolution coming in from the X series, combining higher than HD resolution with enhanced image performance for difficult lighting scenes. So it brings a bit the best of both, higher resolution, but also be able to image very difficult scenes. Yeah. So yeah, then moving on to our known technology available on the existing 8000 models. That was Starlight technology or Starlight technology. And yeah, when we first introduced that, if you compare it with a conventional camera, it was a very big difference. And it really gives you enhanced sensitivity for 24/7 imaging in scenes with less than optimal lighting conditions. So Starlight technology has been great, a big success, but of course with this new X series, we want to bring it to the next level, and we do that on multiple aspects. So if you zoom a bit in on specifically the X series, what are we bringing there? As mentioned before, in 2 megapixel, 4 megapixel resolution points, we bring enhanced imaging performance due to, for example, a large image sensor. So a 1/1.8 sensor. We integrate custom optics, lenses for the right performance and field of view. But also this new resolution point, as mentioned before, the 4.1 megapixel, combining enhanced imaging and higher resolution. AZR-X technology, so new technology for AZR imaging. Starlight X technology, really bringing the next level of enhanced imaging on sensitivity point. And also a unique aspect on the 4 megapixel resolution point is a high frame rate. Until now, this was only available on 2 megapixel.
Okay, this is nice figures on the datasheet, but what does it actually mean for the user? We're talking about dBs in HDR values. We're talking about 0.00 lux. What is in for the customer if we really would like to take this into the real life?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, because dB values tell only a very small part of the story. Same for lux values. It's also hard to compare them in the market. So the proof is in the pudding. Let's dive in a bit to what it actually means.
Yeah.
So here we have a bit of a summary slide on Starlight X technology, for example. And we see here some example shots. In the top row, we have compared the existing 2 megapixel HD Starlight camera with the new Starlight X camera with 2 megapixel resolution. And you see there a very big difference on overall performance. So look at the color, for example. On the left side, it's still in color mode, but because of the sensitivity, it's reaching its limits. It's already desaturating the colors a lot, while on the X series, it still looks very nice and accurate colors and nicely saturated. At the bottom row, we see an example of a low light half-inch competitor product with 4 megapixel resolution. And at the bottom right, you see our 4 megapixel Starlight X product, delivering a completely different level of performance, right? An almost black picture versus a picture where it seems like there is more than enough light in the scene.
Yeah.
So this is the type of...
This is where you will actually be showing these footages from your test down in this park in this afternoon. So we will see this video and not just still images in the afternoon session.
Yeah. So really great result. So basically, as a summary, maximizing sensitivity for difficult scenes 24/7. Yeah.
Yes.
Now the other new technology that we're bringing is AZR-X, and it's very cool to bring two new technologies in a single product, really pushing our overall performance to the next level. And this one is even more special because this is something that was not possible or thought of before. If you talk about HDR or WDR and the real WDR, you expect a certain type of performance, and we really bring it here to the next level. So what we do here is we combine unique hardware and software capabilities to bring this big step forward. And it gives us the opportunity to give a high HDR image optimized for motion. And we have here a nice picture on the right. It's a car. It looks like it's standing still on the street in a city scenario. Seems not even that difficult of lighting scenario, but this is actually an HDR scene because we see a bright sky in the background and some bright buildings. The sun is shining in the background. It's around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but actually this car is not standing still. Here we have a comparison with the new HDR technology at the top left corner. This is taken on a 2 megapixel camera. At the top right, we see the 2 megapixel current normal 8000 cameras. And at the bottom, we see a competitor product on the left and another competitor product at the bottom right. And these three pictures on the right side and the bottom look completely different than the new HDR technology. And this is really impressive, and I'm really glad that we are able to bring this to the market, because it looks like the HDR technology is the only one that can deliver you details like this. So the car is moving.
This is exactly what I mean. What we are seeing as figures on the datasheet, like 144 dB or whatever, that could be measured in some, I don't know, spooky way or either at some standard. But really what you need to look into is the usability of the image. Because you can have as good VDR or HDR value as possible theoretically, but what you really get when you're having a fast-moving car, for example, in an HDR environment, this is exactly what I mean. So if you look at these ones, it's really the thing we are focusing on to get the image quality and image usability, both in scenes where you have a lot of difference in the illumination, in the bright and dark areas, but also when you have very dark environments, like we also will be showing in the afternoon session. So yeah, I think it's really fine to show these kinds of clips and these kinds of images, because it makes you understand what the values on the datasheet might be.
Yeah. Really, I think that's really important to understand. One of these images that performs much worse or is claiming a much higher value on the datasheet, but in reality, it's an unusable image. You cannot recognize the type of car. You cannot recognize the license plate. So yeah, we'll talk about a bit more about this in the afternoon.
Exactly. So I think this is probably enough information to keep people interested for the afternoon session. I would just like you to show the next slide, because there is also a few updates of the present camera regarding some nice improvements when it comes to, first of all, the corrosion classification, but also the protection against vandal resistance.
Yeah, correct. So with the introduction of this new X series, we are reusing, of course, as on the other 8000 cameras, the same housing and all the aspects related to it, but we wanted to improve it. We saw some feedback coming for the market, for example, for tunnel applications, like, okay, we need a higher IP certification. So we went ahead and certified the product for IP6K 9K, which basically lifts the ceiling classification of the product against dust and water ingress to a next level, and allows you, for example, to pressure wash the camera, which is a common request from tunnels where they clean tunnels and they need this higher rating. So from now on both the regular 8000 models as well as the X series, there's an IP6K 9K classification. And as also mentioned by Anders, we also wanted to up the proof on the excellent corrosion resistance. So we did an extended corrosion certification test, doubling the normal corrosion resistance testing that we normally do to 1344 hours, really proving the extreme resistance to corrosion of the 8000 series.
Thank you, Chris. I think we need to stop there. We have some other topics we also like to mention here with a few other cameras. So really interesting, and I hope it will keep you guys out there to stay until the afternoon session, because then we will show some examples, some more video footage of some real dark environments and also some other HDR scenes. So thank you very much, guys. And let's talk to you in a while soon again. But now it's
Yeah,
time
you're
to have a talk about the multi-sensor camera and a sneak preview about the panoramic.
Thank you, Anders. And indeed, now we can have a look at the multi-directional camera, which we're now releasing, and also a sneak preview on our upcoming single sensor panoramic camera. So the Flexido Multi 7000i IR is, for two main reasons, an exciting release, or one of the most exciting releases we have this year. First of all, it's the first ever Bosch multi-directional camera which we will release, so brand new form factor. And secondly, as you heard earlier today, these are the cameras that will have the new platform, the CPP14 platform. So there will be some exciting new technical possibilities with these cameras as well, on imaging and also on video analytics. So let's see what these new cameras bring us. We will have 4 versions for the multi-directional camera. We will have 2 indoor versions. One is 12 megapixel, one is 20 megapixel, and we will have 2 outdoor versions, also 12 and 20 megapixel. However, the outdoor version will be with infrared, whereas the indoor versions will not have built-in infrared. So why would we use multi-directional cameras? These are, of course, ideal for wide areas where you need to cover a large surface with the minimum possible cameras possible. And yeah, it's always 4 sensors. So the 12 megapixel has 4 times 3 megapixel, and the 20 megapixel has 4 times 5 megapixel to have 12 or 20 megapixel in total. So quick look on our portfolio positioning on the panoramic family and all. So in the 6-7000 we have panoramics single sensor and now also the multi-imager. And as you can see here on this slide, we will in the 7000 then add these 2 versions, indoor outdoor, in 12 and 20 megapixel to have a complete lineup for the panoramics. Just to stress the difference between a single imager panoramic camera and the multi-directional, which we will talk about now, is the fact that actually the multi-directional can be considered or should be considered as 4 separate cameras in one enclosure, in one housing, meaning that it's not a 180 or 360 panoramic camera. It is really a multi-directional camera suited to give you 4 different scenes and 4 different field of views where needed. And at the end of this presentation, we will see, however, a sneak preview on our upcoming single imager panoramic, but this is just to showcase the multi-directional is really a different type of animal.
Yes, but dear, just a short remark there. What we will do with this one, since you have this really 4 different cameras, the pixel density will be much higher if you compare it to a panoramic camera. So using this one for making real identification, to do video analytics, and also to have evidence in the recorded material, it's really a difference to a panoramic, even if you have a very high resolution panoramic camera. So I think this is important, and you will also see this in other webinars coming up this summer, where we will compare a panoramic with full situational awareness, with this multi-directional camera, and also with a standard type of camera as well. So I think it's important to mention this one, and I will also stress this one in upcoming webinars where we really will show you the difference.
Yes, thank you for that, Anders.
Yeah,
very important point. As I mentioned briefly in the introduction, a brand new platform, CPP14, as you've seen this morning already, this brings us new capabilities on image quality as well as video analytics. So let's see what that brings us. So on enhanced image performance, we now have 4 sensor inputs. And that, as now Anders just mentioned, will give us a very high pixel density, a large pixel per meter number, in which then you can do person identification easier than you have a normal panoramic with the single imager. The 5 megapixel sensors give also high enhanced infrared sensitivity, so ideal for also nighttime images where you have your infrared lighting on. With this new platform also, we have enhanced our multi-streaming, so we can get up to 12 streams of H.264, H.265 with 3 streams per imager, plus also the additional JPEG stream. So there we also, due to the fact that we have more computing power on this new platform, we can do more streaming capabilities. On the intelligence side, we have now, of course, the built-in intelligent video analytics and camera trainer, which you've seen already in previous products of Bosch. However, we are also now preparing on deep neural networks with this platform, and as well audio detection based on AI. So this could, for example, mean...
Sorry to interrupt you here again, because I love to interrupt you, you know that. But also this is the future audio detection is really interesting, because that is what we see this camera will have its best benefits for. Perhaps we will have other cameras that will have more usage of artificial intelligence for the imaging, but in this one we really focus to do it good on the audio part, correct?
That's true, and a good example I can give you there is what we're actually working on. We hope in the near future, not at release of the camera, but in the near future to have an AI detector running to do gunshot detection, for example, which is then a good example of how an AI audio analytics would work. So then gunshots would be detected, of course, and then would trigger an alarm, making sure that you can do all needed actions afterwards. But that's one of the examples that we're working on, and we hope to launch as well quite soon.
Okay, but dear, time is running out. We need to speed up. I know you love to talk about this camera, but we also need to cover the panoramic a little bit later.
Sure. Just a couple of use cases which we typically use for multi-directional, as Anders pointed out, because we have the high pixel density. So in traffic intersection on the building of corner buildings, and also in retail applications indoor, where you want to cover multiple aisles with one camera. So these are some of the typical use cases. And then, of course, a little bit more detail on what they actually bring. So as I mentioned, 12 and 20 megapixel as well, indoor as outdoor option. This means always with 4 sensors, either 3 or 5 megapixel per sensor. Flexible installation due to the fact that you have 4 independent zoom focus imagers. And what is the great thing about this multi-directional is that it will only need one VMS license, because it's one device in the end. With the multi-exposure HDR, we have up until 120 decibels of infrared. And on the outdoor version where we have the infrared, we have 30 meters of distance, which we can cover in complete darkness. Some images on how to use the analytics on this camera. We can do wrong way detection. We can do forbidden parking, intrusion alerts, and also loitering can be done with, of course, intelligent video analytics. The other part of the analytics, which is camera trainer, which is then more suited to enhance your intelligent video analytics as well as detect stationary objects, is also now embedded in this platform. As I said, we've seen this analytics already in the previous products, and it's also there. The Bosch philosophy to make installation simple is very present again in this new camera, where we have, of course, via a dongle, wireless commissioning, reduced installation via the 3-step installation, and also the compatibility with the unified set of accessories makes life a lot easier. Project Assistant app is there, again, of course, and the calibration due to the gyro sensor on board is then also
and regarding this calibration, we will see that pretty soon in the next session where we are covering video analytics, VCA. We will demonstrate the new feature, how we do calibration in the new configuration manager as well. So I think that's really important to understand the simplicity of the installation. I interrupted you again, so we could go back to the last slide we have regarding the simple setup and installation.
Yes.
Yeah.
So here we see the 3-step installation. No worries, Anders. First of all, it's the backplate that goes against the wall. Then, of course, the base of the camera is connected, and also the connection, the Ethernet connection, is made to the camera. And then, of course, the dome goes onto the camera. So it's really 3 steps, nice and easy, with or without accessories, that enables the system integrator to do a quick install without losing too much valuable time.
Yeah, but here, sorry, I made this presentation. This is the second time we see this slide, and it's a purpose for that, because now it's time to give a very short sneak preview about what will be coming up with the new updated panoramic series.
Let's see what these cameras will bring us and how we will phase them in and phase the current products out. So the Flexino Panoramic 5100i will come in 2 versions, quite similar to what we just saw with the multi-directional. We will have 2 versions indoor a 6 and a 12 megapixel, and we will have the same 6 and 12 megapixel outdoor. However, the difference is then that the outdoor will have built-in infrared. We have also now, if you compare it to our current portfolio, we will introduce stereographic lenses, which will give us really an enhanced image quality with the upcoming panoramics. And the big difference, of course, is the fact that with the panoramic, you have the 360 degrees without any blind spots. However, as we discussed before, the pixel density is far less than using a multi-directional camera. So that's really two different use cases where we need to separate these two types of cameras. And just to show you, of course, because we have an existing portfolio already of single imager panoramic cameras, we have the current 5000, which we can see in the upper left corner here, which will go end of life with a decent overlap, of course, and that will be replaced by the 6 megapixel 5100i, which we see at the bottom. And then in the middle, we have the current IP6000. Those will go end of life without the direct successor in the 6000 value range. And then on the right hand side, we will also end of life the single imagers 7000. All of these will be replaced by the 5100 panoramic, which will give enhanced image quality, higher resolution, and also this will be based on the CPP14, just as the multi-directional we saw earlier. So they will have the same exact advantages compared to the current portfolio.
Yeah, but dude, this is really this is really interesting, because this is the time when we now start bringing IVA camera trainer into the 5000 series. So going to 5100i, we will have IVA in these series. So don't think that we're removing it when we're putting it down from 7 and 6000. We're actually having it now in the 5100i series. So that's also something we should be very clear about.
Absolutely, and not only will we have intelligent video analytics in the 5000 value range, of course, with the enhanced image quality, you will have better detection, bigger distances with the combination of intelligent video analytics. So there's two main advantages with the new 5100. You will have indeed intelligent video analytics, so the 16 rules simultaneously. And with enhanced image quality, due to the stereographic lens, you will have better use of your intelligent video analytics due to the fact that you have more pixels and a better image quality. So that's indeed a very good advantage, Anders.
Thank you. Anything else you would like to mention before we drop over to video analytics part?
No, I think we covered the hardware part for most of it, and I think with the video analytics part, we'll cover more in detail the use cases and how to set it up, etc.
Okay, thank you very much. Now it's time for you to relax and for me and Jimmy to do some work, because we're going to show you some news about video analytics calibration in our cameras. So now you heard about the cameras, the new cameras, a little bit about the future of video. Now it's time to talk about something we have had for quite a long time, and that's video content analytics in our cameras. So Jimmy and I will be demonstrating the new calibration tool we have in Configuration Manager, because to be able to really get and extract the data out of your solution and your cameras, you need the calibration so the camera knows its speeds of the objects, the direction, the size and everything. And we made some nice improvements in the calibration. So I will invite Jimmy, who will be here to help me today, to do the demonstration of the calibration.
Thank you, Anders.
This is something new in Configuration Manager, and we will use a pre-recorded video that we did earlier to be able to talk it through, and we will try to explain the new updates we have in the calibration tool. So, Jimmy, take it away.
Yes. So I have recorded this video about the new camera calibration module. So what I do is go into camera calibration, and now you can see the new module for camera calibration. I will, in this situation, press record to record on my local PC. If I don't have any iSCSI recording, I can actually press record on my PC, go out by myself in the video, and then go back into the PC, and I will show you that I will use the recorded video to make the calibration.
Yeah, that's really good and interesting, Jimmy, because previously I needed an SD card in the camera or an iSCSI recording like the DVR IP all-in-ones or something like that. But now even with your own laptop, if you're using a Bosch IVA camera or EVA camera with a Milestone or a Genetec system or whatever, you can use this with local recordings on your PC. So it's a really great achievement and a great update of the tool as well.
Yes.
Yes.
So I am now going back. And now I am back inside. I started the video and I will look through the video and take snapshots of where I want to put my measurements. So where I want to add some calibration. So I took a snapshot right there and then I'll let the video go a bit more and choose when I should do the next snapshot.
Yeah, because you would like to have a few different distances in the video in the background, so you can actually make the camera understand how it's aimed and its angles and everything. So if you take like 2 or 3 or perhaps even 4 different samples with the snapshots, you will have a good enough environment to create your calibration. Yeah.
Yes. And there I took my last snapshot, and now I will pause the video and fix the camera how it's mounted. So I changed the angle to near. Now I will use a tool to calculate the distortion of the picture. So I will select something to mark a straight line to teach the camera how much distortion is in this picture.
Yeah, because the interesting part is it's not really what we think is a straight line, it's what the camera thinks it's a straight line, and that is what we need to do. That is why this one looks a bit strange, but it's really for the camera to understand its perspective.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now I will continue and I will use the snapshots that I created. I can zoom in using the scroll wheel on the mouse. I can select the height of a person and just mark. In this situation, I use 3 different heights to mark on the 3 different snapshots that I created.
It's really convenient to measure your own length when you're sitting by the PC watching yourself being in the backyard.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now I will need to set the height of the camera. So set the height of 8 meters. And now I can check and verify with a small avatar that should be roughly the size of a human. And he is waving at us.
Yeah. Waving is nice. I think you've done a great job, Jimmy.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a very nice avatar you have up there.
Yes, so I can move it around and see that it changes size and looks about the same as it should do. And then I press continue. And now I can activate my calibration of the camera. And at the same time, it asks me for 3D tracking, if I want 3D tracking activated.
This is also interesting, Jimmy, because in the next clip, we will show you a little bit about forensic search, how we're using the forensic search of a 3D tracking, trying to find a person at a specific color. So with that one, let's see if we can start that video, because we did the test previously. It was a nice sunny day, so me and Jimmy, we had the idea, let's try now to find an object that has been generated by the metadata and to search for the specific characteristics of this object.
So here is the video of the forensic search that I created. So I go into playback, add the camera, select the forensic search, and now I will make a filter for an upright person, and I will actually try to find a person with a blue jacket. So I select the color, what filters I want, what time I want to search, and then press the search button. And I got 1 hit. Now I select the forensic search results so I can see the time. And now I can see when I found this event.
Yeah, and this event is actually me.
Yes.
It's always nice to do demonstrations when you know the results, so that is something Jim and I really like to do. But it's just one example of showing the capabilities of video analytics, generating metadata, a really simple and easy to use tool to calibrate the camera, to get the camera to understand the perspective so it can make the decision if it's an upright person, and then we add the other metadata to search for, like the color. So that was pretty much the update we would like to do about VCA for today. Next topic will be BVMS. So that's also a nice handover to start talking about the new features we have in BVMS 11.0. So I think we will go over directly to Felipe and we will start the presentation of BVMS 11. Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you.
So now you heard a few of the nice updates of the products, about some of the features, the update of how to configure and calibrate the IVA camera. You also saw the forensic search part of BVMS that Jimmy and I was demonstrating. And forensic search is a piece of BVMS software suite. And I am so happy to be able to present the new update of BVMS 11.0. And to help me doing this, I have Felipe in Eindhoven. Philip, a few words of yourself before we jump into the presentation.
Hi, hello everybody. My name is Felipe Detoni. I'm Product Market Manager for EMEA, responsible for BVMS and some other software components, and really happy to be here with you guys.
Yeah, and today we are mentioning just a few of the updates we have in BVMS 11, and it's quite several ones, so I think we jump into the presentation so we can cover them all.
Okay, and thanks, Anders. So guys, let's talk about what's new with this BVMS version. We're gonna talk about BVMS 11.0, and we're gonna focus mainly in three points. First one is really the introduction of the map-based tracking assistant feature. This feature is really helping the operators to better track objects or persons on their daily work. The second point that we're going to talk about is really the online GIS map support. Now, starting with BVMS 11, we also are able to connect with a geolocation service provider, and then the operator can make use of all the benefits of have an online map connected. And the third thing that we're going to briefly explain to you guys is the camera buffer recording and state monitoring. So
yes.
Let's start.
Felipe, I think this is really interesting. You know, the third one about the ability for a Bosch camera to cover and to recap recorded material that has not been able to be forwarded to the iSCSI target is actually been in the platform and the solution for many years. But with this release today, I think we have a very nice way of showing and also to making sure that the operators are aware if they have a recording gap. So stay tuned and look into this specific feature because it's very unique, and I'm so happy that we're able to present this also in BVMS 11.0.
Definitely.
But first, map-based tracking assistant.
That's it. Let's go for it. Then starting with the voice of the customer. I think what you can see here, it's a real statement coming from one operator. So as an operator, I have 25 cases a day in which I need to track person or objects. There are no visualization tools, which makes it easier to follow. And when person or object are moving fast, I easily lose track of them. So that's really one challenge nowadays in a lot of systems, especially if the system, if it's really a busy scene with many people there. So it's quite difficult for the operator to actually keep tracking of objects moving across the cameras. And the BVMS map-based tracking feature, and next to the online maps, it's really helping on this direction. Yeah, really bringing an intuitive and reliable tracking for that operator, even if the operator is not familiar with the camera location. So also works with all types of cameras. So you can use the Bosch cameras, or you can use on-VIF cameras inside your BVMS system. You can, of course, use all kind of different types of cameras like fixed or panoramic cameras. That's also possible to use. And not just is a benefit for the end user or for the operator, but also the system integrator will see that this is really easy to configure. So it's not a nightmare to make it work, and then the operator can really make use of it.
Yeah, Philip, I think
Let's
you actually
look-
have a few clips where we will be demonstrating this as well for the system integrator.
Exactly.
Okay.
I brought here, guys, some nice videos that you're gonna really see how that works.
Okay, thank you. Okay, awaiting those.
So, yeah, the first one, just 3 building blocks, how we can use these features. The first one here is the offline maps. That's something that's not new to BVMS 11. It's just also possible in the previous versions. So we can actually upload any JPEG image inside of the system. And then, for instance, you can upload a floor plan and include your camera icons that represents the real camera location. What is new is really that you now can use an online connection with a geolocation service provider, and then you also can make use of the online next to the offline map. And the third point is really the map-based tracking assistant feature. This one is the one that will help the operator to better track objects, and you can actually use with the offline map or with the online map, or even with the combination of both. That's also possible. Let's move to the next slide. Now talking about the online map. So we have mainly 3 options. You can use the map as the classic view, or the satellite view, or the dark view. As I mentioned, you can have actually the online map, and on top of that map, you can include also offline maps. So imagine maybe you're monitoring a big facility with a lot of buildings. Then you have the whole picture with the online map. And at the same time, you can include on that map the floor plan for each building, and include the internal and the indoor cameras and the outdoor cameras at the same time. So
Yes,
that's
and
really,
Felipe,
really a nice.
we will also see some very interesting and new features when it comes how to use a dome camera in these facilities. When you, for example, have an outdoor dome camera and you're able to actually click in the map to have a dome camera going to that specific position. But that will be in the upcoming videos as well. So, but for this one, I really think it's important that the combination between the offline maps and the online maps is available, because that is something we already have had quite a lot of questions about. But as you know of today, you can use both online maps and offline maps at the same time.
Definitely, that's correct.
Yes.
Huh? That's really correct. And also you can create viewports. What is that? Imagine that you have, again, a lot of buildings. You can define for each building one viewport, and then the operator can quickly go to that area and start to monitor from there. And if he wants to go to the other area, he just also can go for another viewport. That makes really easy to have the whole picture and at the same time specific monitoring areas. So the benefits here really, it's a complete overview of the camera network, even for very large systems. Also, the operators can search for camera or street names, so makes really easy to find a camera location and start to just use the camera image from there. And once we're talking about the online map, yeah, that online map is always updated to the latest with the latest geolocation information, and of course the operator can also make use of that. Now talking about the map-based tracking assistant feature. This feature is really the one, as I mentioned, that will help the operator during the tracking. What you see here on the right, you see actually the map, and in addition, you see 5 cameras where you can see the cameras on that. So how that works, I'm going to show you in one video, but mainly it's just the main camera is the one that you're looking at, and the system will automatically suggest the next possible 4 cameras. So in a way that the operator always know what is the possible next camera that the object is actually moving at. So this feature works in the live view, so you can use in real time tracking objects or persons, but at the same time you can also use in the playback. Maybe you're doing investigation, then you can just use that feature there also. So let's look how that feature works. I brought this video here, and what you're gonna see here is actually for now not the map-based tracking assistant feature, but just a normal map and some cameras. Now what it's configured on this system, it's a IVA alarm, so our camera analytic is just sending an alarm to our BVMS. Then the operator is now enabling the map-based tracking feature. Now it's really the way that the map-based tracking feature works. So you see the map and at the same time the 5 cameras, and the main camera is the main one, and you have actually camera A, B, C, D. So that's the possible 4 cameras for that object. Now that object is on the camera C, as you can see here, and the operator will click on that camera. Then that camera is going to be the main one, and the system will actually suggest another 4 cameras. This main camera is also, you also can see it as a pink icon in the map, and then you continue to track from there, switching between the cameras.
Yes, and now it's really impressive to see here that also the autodome camera is part of this combination of cameras and starts the auto tracking to follow this object. So that's also really interesting to see.
That's true, and while the camera is moving to a different direction, the moving camera, also the other 4 cameras they are really dynamically being suggested for different positions. So it's really interesting feature that will help the operator on daily operations.
Yes, and what we also see is the viewing angle of the dome camera on the left side in the image in the map is actually changing. So you can see directly where this camera is aiming. And I think when we show the next video that is a little bit more in the natural speed where we see it, it becomes even more understandable. So I think it's really interesting to see this, how it looks like now with the comments. But I even think it makes even more sense when you see the next slide where we have it in a full flow.
For sure. Let's look on the next slide. It's the same video, guys, but this time I will not make, there is no pause. So you're gonna see that even while the object or that person is running and really moving fast across the camera, the operator is still able to track that person. So let's look on that. So same video. Now we receive the IVA alarm. That the operator now enables the map-based tracking feature. As you can see, you have the pink icon in the middle. Now he moves to another camera. Now he moves again to the PTZ, to the moving camera. The intelligent tracking from the autodome is now tracking that person, and the other 4 cameras are being, let's say, suggested by the system automatically. And for sure, in this case, this not welcome visitor was just invited to leave the building.
Yeah, I really think this one makes sense. When you see this in the full flow, it's understandable. And Philip, I know you will hate this question, but I will ask it anyway. This is the information we receive from the camera, from the metadata, and from BVMS. I know there's a lot of people asking about the metadata overlay, like we have, for example, in Video Security Client, and that we have in Intelligent Insights. This is not incorporated into this version Element.0. This is something we're planning for future releases. And I will not ask you when it will be implemented, but just let's say it's somewhere in the future, and I will not hold you responsible for other things.
Yeah, that's our first step to this, let's say, assistant to the operator. And as you see here, you can really have a good way to track the person or the object. So even if we look, the operator can just click on the camera's image that he is looking at. So even the metadata in this case, it's not helping much. So it's really something that still you can use, but for sure the metadata inside of the maps is also something that we aim for the future. I really don't know details when, but yeah, this is also.
But what I would like to say about that one, if you really would like to have it, it's possible today. By using Intelligent Insights, you can use that in one of the quadrants close to the map and close to the camera. So it is possible to get the metadata overlay through Intelligent Insights if you really need this. But consider this one now to be a very big interface for the operator to get the situational awareness he or she would like to have. So combining the video information with the map-based tracking assistance and, for example, Intelligent Insights, you will be able to create a user interface that will give the full situational awareness. But could we look a little bit at perhaps a bit about the configuration and also how it looks like when you're adding a camera into the maps? Because I think it's really simple and easy for the system integrator.
Then guys, let's see how the configuration works. I brought another video for you. So here you can see that this is the config client, and it's just a matter to drag and drop that camera icon in the map. Then you just define what's the field of view for that camera. You can draw this cone view here. You see that also you're able to see the camera live image. So then you can really create something that is really representing the real world. So that's the way you configure. Now you're gonna see actually how you create a viewport. So that's quite also simple. You just create that viewport, define the position in the map that you want to save, and then that position will be there for the operator client, and then the operator can use that viewport. So guys, let's look one additional feature included. So what you're gonna see here in this video is the way you can control the moving camera. So besides the normal way of controlling a moving camera, you can just click on the field of view of that moving camera, and then the camera will actually look on that direction. So it's really, really also a nice feature included in this BVMS 11 release. So now, besides the map-based tracking assistant feature and online maps, let's look what is also included in this new version. I'm not gonna focus in all the items, so let's go and jump into this camera buffer recording. Yeah, here, easy way to explain that to you guys is really, let's imagine you have a communication fail between the camera and the storage from 7:30 to 7:51, meaning actually in a normal case, in a normal NVR, you're gonna have actually 21 minutes recording gap. But with Bosch, that's not really complete true. So what happens is that our camera is able to buffer part of that video. So in this case, in this real example, we're gonna see that the camera was buffering 18 minutes in the run memory. So the run memory of the camera is able to maintain that video, and then in the end, the result was just 3 minutes gap. Once the camera connects again back to the storage, that video that is there inside of the run memory is transferred to the storage, meaning that you really gonna have that for more time, whatever is your rotation time configured. And of course, everything that is happening, we can see in our logbook. So all the events, so you really have clear an event, for instance, that you see exactly how much time you have with gaps in the recording. So it's really,
yeah, Philip,
also
this is a
nice
super feature. Yeah, and this is for, as you said, taking care of the small network issues you might have if you need even longer retention time, and if you might have situations where your storage is down for a much longer period, you could use the VRM functionality in BVMS as well. So I think this is a really nice way of presenting this feature that we have had for many years, but we're not really talking about it because it's from a Bosch perspective, it's already built into the solution. But now we can also show it, we can demonstrate it, that we can also give you some error messages when this happens. So,
Definitely,
Philip,
you don't even need a ANR or SD card in the camera under, so that's really just the camera doing that job.
yeah. Philip, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation and all the nice information. Now it's time for a short coffee break. And I think people need the coffee, otherwise they will not have the energy to stay for all the other exciting news we have coming up. So thank you very much, Philip. Have a nice day and stay tuned and be sure to watch also after the break.
Thanks a lot.
So I hope you had yourself a nice cup of coffee or a cup of tea or a cup of whatever you appreciate. And also had the time for a bio break, because now you need to stay focused. We will be talking about Inteox. You heard a bit in the morning session here before the coffee break about the future of video. We will be connecting to that one pretty closely now. You also heard about the upcoming products, and we will give you now an update about the Inteox platform. We will also show you some really interesting and nice examples this afternoon of apps running in the Inteox cameras. But Ruud, are you awake? Did you have your coffee?
I did.
Yes.
It was beautiful.
Yeah,
So
good. I think that's nice, because you need to do some of these presentations. You need to be alert.
And I am.
Yeah.
So that's fine. Let's have a quick run through what we're bringing on the Inteox platform, because we have an extension upcoming there. But let's recap first a little bit what is Inteox all about. Okay, Inteox is our modular platform. Okay, so it comes with all the latest feature sets in from that standpoint. It has the AI-based accelerators built into the product itself, so it's fully ready for the future. So, and of course, the Inteox platform has the ability to run the third-party apps. So, a lot of this is going to be explained later on into the session in the afternoon. But basically, this is the what we are going to bring with the Inteox part, and I'm going to explain you in this session more about the cameras. What kind of hardware do?
Ruud, me and Jimmy will show briefly this afternoon how it looks like in the App Store, how it looks like when you have connected through the remote portal, and that will also be a part of the session in this afternoon with Max and me, where we will be talking about CBS, cloud-based solutions, remote portals. So let's just go for the cameras. Don't spend too much time on the story behind and the platform. So,
got it.
Thank
you.
All
right. Let's run through an update for the Inteox cameras.
Yeah.
So the Inteox cameras, we have a new edition coming with new fixed cameras. Today we already have the MIC Inteox 7100i, and then also an OC variant of that. We have a 4K variant and also an OC variant on that, and then also an Autodome with an OC variant. And now we are extending this with the FlexiDome Inteox 7100i IR, and then also with an OC variant. And then also the Dinian Inteox 7100i IR, and then also with this OC variant.
Yes,
so
OC, this is the topic. We will be covering this one today, because this is something I'm pretty sure that the audience out there don't really know what it's all about, and the difference between the OC model and the standard type of Inteox cameras. So this, I think we need to dive into this topic a bit more.
Exactly. So we'll explain a little bit more what is this all about, the OC variants. OC, by the way, just to already highlight this, stands for Object Classifier. So but we'll explain more about this in the upcoming slide deck. The two cameras which we're adding into the portfolio, very nice cameras, FlexiDome and a Dinian IR, also known as a bullet-shaped form factor camera. These ones we'll add. Both of them are 4K resolution, so they're really cutting-edge technology from that standpoint, having the latest, greatest built in, and both of them actually have built-in IR. Where can you use such cameras? Where do we foresee that they are actually installed? And you can imagine that as soon as you want to have a little bit more knowledge or apps which you can connect in, and you can do some very precise AI-based counting that can work very well in a retail store. So reliable people counting, also in a perimeter, for example. Yeah.
I don't want to take too much focus out of this session, but I would like to emphasize you all out there to stay and look at the breakout session this afternoon, because we will be showing you some apps that is really related for retail. And especially in this COVID-19 times, you will see a few nice apps that could be used in such a way. It's not security, it's maybe safety, but it's a completely different use case. And that is the brilliance about Inteox and the possibility to use apps that is not developed just for security or safety. So sorry to interrupt you again, Ruud, but I think this is so important that this message about the complete ecosystem when it comes to using third-party developed apps into the Inteox family, it's really important.
Exactly. So thanks for adding this, Anders. But I also need to comment already by itself. We have a full suite of analytics already in the camera. And specifically, the OC model has really some very nice features in that sense, where you can really also in future start to detect people and also count people in a very nice and reliable way. And that's a big benefit of this particular camera. In airports, yeah, you have the same benefit, right? So you can also detect on large distances anyhow with a perimeter protection. That's clear, but you can also then reliably detect as soon as a person walks next to the fence line. That's a very nice application here as well. But yeah, it has some benefits there. And what we really all like, and where we think this product and this algorithm and the AI engine, which we simply have built in, works extremely well, is in very complex and dense traffic situations, like in intersections, like in tunnels, and also in smart parking applications. So
Yes,
this product feels at home.
Yes, this is really where this is pretty much where we saw the first demands from the market, where they came to us and say, hey, we really need a solution to help bringing this information out of a traffic scene, to extract the data, to make sure that what we see in the video feed is also what we get out as the data. And here we did also a little bit what we heard about in the morning, had a lot of cooperation together with other development teams within Bosch. And that's also interesting that this is a pure Bosch algorithm that we're seeing today. It's used in other divisions within Bosch, and making use of the same development, that's really a benefit we have today in this OC models, because this is a pure Bosch algorithm running in the Bosch piece of the firmware.
Yeah, thank you for adding that. So looking in a more detailed level on the spec of the product. So as mentioned already, it's a 4K UHD resolution sensor which we have in this product, in both products. So 30 frames a second. Wide dynamic range is simply there built into the product. So with built-in IR up to 40 meters. Yeah, and then with a slightly different lens, because the form factor is slightly different there. So you have a little bit more zoom capability simply on the bullet shape, or in other words, the Dinian IR form factor. Sensitivity is also at 0 lux, right? Because it has built-in IR. And what is very, very nice about this new range of products is that they have triple video streaming. So that is, for us, it's a new platform, and this new platform has a huge benefit because we can do even more parallel streams from that standpoint. So they are fully flexible streams built into the product. So that has a very nice benefit, this one. Okay, audio in and out, and then also the alarm IOs are also there with two alarm outputs.
Audio. We had a small talk earlier with Badir also regarding audio, because what we will see is that intelligence and artificial intelligence will not just be on video. We also will have that on the audio part, because audio is an essential piece of security and safety, and also for other types of use cases. So that's really one of the reasons why we're building in high capable audio devices into our products. So it's also worth mentioning for these fixed cameras. But yes, now exactly. I think we have not so much time, so we need to speed up a little bit, Ruud. I think, I'm sorry, it's me interrupting you all the time. That makes the time go. So I think we have approximately 10 more minutes. So into the details about the cameras.
Exactly. And that brings us to a little bit more of the chapter of the built-in AI. What are we bringing, and what do we have already today? And just to explain a little bit what we want to do here. Yeah, of course, with the new AI engines we are building in, we can do so much more. We can predict. So it's also because of we have our tagline nowadays, the power to predict. We are bringing this home down to the fact that we have these AI engines nowadays in the cameras. And these AI engines, they are so powerful, they can really give you already a pre-warning onto certain situations happening. So if you have a certain number of people or a crowd forming in front of the camera, okay, that might be a high alert situation. So you really have the tool set now to prevent unwanted events from happening. And that's also that's the biggest benefit we see with this new AI engines, which we are bringing into the cameras, in fact. So yeah, so what we are seeing is that, yeah, where we in the past are talking about this is a camera, this is an autodome, this is a Mickey, this is a flexidome, that this is now evolving into the fact that they are becoming more sensors. So really data sensors, providing data, providing you all the tools to make the right decisions on the end of the day. And that's the killer application, let's call it like that. So built-in artificial intelligence with the video analytics, of course. So to recap a little bit what we have. So we have video analytics already as a standard since 2016. It is very high performant. It is ideal for what we like to say sterile zones next to a perimeter, a fence line. There, these products are still extremely good. So this, which is our built-in algorithm. In 2019, we launched Camera Trainer. This is based upon a machine learning technology. Machine learning, providing you the tools to simply learn objects as you go. So you can really relearn and simply say, oh, you also need to detect this part of the car, or this is a certain object which I want to detect. And that's really this machine learning technology built into the 7000 and higher series of our products. And nowadays we are really having this deep learning technology which is offered onto the Inteox range. And we'll see that this Inteox range is the beginning of something new, right? So we'll simply continue bringing more and more AI into our future products.
Yeah, so today we will start to see the first ones coming out. And also, just to make a small comparison here, the machine learning and camera trainer, you as the installer or the user, you need to train the camera a little bit about what you would like it to see and what to detect. For the new OC model with these AI detectors, the vehicle detectors, it's fully trained from start. You don't need to do it at all. Just install the camera, aim at the right point, and it will start doing the detection itself. That's really impressive as well. So I think you have a few slides that will show the difference and also a little bit about those ones. But first, the story behind it.
Yeah, exactly. So let's quickly continue the path of the evolutionary way how we come to this AI. Yeah, we have then the IP 3000 and 6000 series. They are still, let's say, pushed out with intelligent video analytics. So this is our first step, the algorithm which we have. It's a background learning algorithm, but already very strong and very capable. So the 7000 and 8000 have intelligent video analytics and also the camera trainer capability, machine learning, mission critical applications, but also very nice because you can actually retrain that into the field. Okay, which is a little bit of a difference if you compare that to an AI engine, so a neural network, which we have built into our products, which already is pre-trained by us. It's very good in the task, but you cannot easily change and have additional detections because that requires a different neural network again to deploy to the camera. But okay, more onto that later as well.
I would just like to mention a few words about the intelligent insights, because you heard about it in the previous BVMS session when we talked about BVMS 11.0, where we have this new map-based tracking assistant feature. And I also mentioned there that we are able to do the metadata overlay with the intelligent insights in BVMS. So that's really a nice tool and feature to bring the metadata visualization from the cameras, multiple cameras, into one user interface with BVMS. So I think this also makes you understand that everything starts to coming together, and not just for the standalone softwares, but also for cloud-based solutions where you will have similar types of functionality coming up. So now I'm a pretty old guy. I started with analog cameras like 30 years ago. Sometimes I need explanations about how things actually are working with simple tools and stuff like that. So I think you have a slide for me and a couple of slides that will explain this a bit more.
Yeah. Sure. Let's run through that and let's explain a little bit more how what we can do. I think we already are teasing it quite properly here. So, but the AI engines, it's open, it's powerful, it is based upon these neural networks, as I mentioned. Yeah, and that allows you to do some nice things and yeah, to really make it
this
very
is my
simple.
slide.
Exactly, to make it really simple for you and us here, because yeah, you're not that old. I need to give you that. So we have, of course, the video analytics. It's a universal tool set. It's a universal tool. Okay. So this tool allows you to do very nice things already by itself, but it's very universal. So it's not made for a certain niche application, for example. Camera Trainer gives you more flexibility. It has the flexibility, but it's also not made for the niche. However, the vehicle detector or the OC algorithm, which we simply have, that is really made for traffic and detecting cars. We really teach it, okay, this is what a car or a vehicle looks like. So this is based upon our data set, which we simply have. That data set is very good in, of course, yeah, the data set is able to distinct and give the AI engine the pre-learnings to say, okay, this is a car or not, and that actually builds the niche application.
Yeah,
so if
I
you
think you
compare
even
that,
embedded yeah, here it is. Yeah, now even I understand this one.
Yeah, so if you compare that to how this looks like in video, and this video will loop and repeat, so that's why you see it jumping. But on the left-hand side, there's the universal algorithm. It is quite good in detecting in distance, in moving pixels, very good at that. But it starts to, what we like to say, merge different objects together. On the middle section, it's already pre-trained for cars. So this is done by the user itself in the field. So you can tag it, okay, this is a car and this is a car, and it can detect quite nicely, but it is not for 100% spot on. And on the right hand side, this is the AI engine. It is pre-trained, it is spot on detecting the cars. There's no misses, there's just always a proper detection of the different vehicles in that sense. And that will allow you to have a very high level of precision on your delivered data, right? Because as soon as you can know, or you simply know that there is a car and this is tagged by the algorithm, then you can start to do counting. You can also get your data, how many cars are in the field. You also know how many cars are standing still in the scene. All these kind of things are very reliable from that very moment onwards, because the eventing is becoming very easy. So
yeah. And this is also some examples of how to do this, where we have been testing this in US and in some other countries as well, where we're using this one to subtract the information to have the detectors generating the data. But I also know you have another video that I think is really impressive, where we will see a few other detection algorithms where we actually are detecting cars, vehicles, and also bikes in a similar way as we saw before. So if we go to that one, because I think we're running out of time, Ruud, we have people bouncing on the door.
Just to add on this, so what I just showed you, this is already commercially available today, and this is something which is new. So this is something we're adding to the OC algorithm. So we'll have a sub-classification. We'll have cars, trucks, buses, which we're adding, but we also are able to detect persons. So that's really the sub-classifications which are now being added, and also more robustness onto the OC algorithm. So we're not standing still. We're really adding this and improving our OC algorithm. So today we have a vehicle detector, and tomorrow we are having actually an AI detector in this OC algorithm, which can do the sub-classifications as well.
Yes, and that's also part of this ecosystem where we see that these features, these algorithms are growing, and they're growing because of customers' demands. Previously, it was I usually said the HAP engineer in Germany or in Eindhoven who came up with the ideas and the features, but now we get the feedback from the market. This is what we need, and we need to supply it. And that is also how you will see upcoming detectors, how they will merge and how they will reach the market, because there is a need for it. So this example, I think this one is really nice. It really shows the difference.
Exactly. So this is quite nice. It's actually recorded in the US, as you see. So a lot of US vehicles. Yeah, on the left-hand side, you see our latest, greatest OC algorithm running, our traffic detector. It is a very smooth detection, which we like to emphasize on. And on the right-hand side, you see our universal algorithm. It is quite nice. It is very good, definitely for a lot of different applications. But if you compare it to what we have with this OC algorithm, our newest, latest, greatest AI engine, it is extremely, yeah, our AI engine is extremely robust. So to add onto what we are doing and what we're bringing, this is all a nice package deal. So this is all implemented in the Bosch firmware side of things. And that means that it is fully streaming as well, the eventing and the data according to our good old metadata structure. Our metadata structure is already implemented by Genetec, ISS, and Milestone. So that means that these new algorithms and these new AI engines, they are by design already integrated into Genetec, ISS, and Milestone. So a huge benefit there because there's hardly any additional effort required from their side. So this is pretty smooth to get it running also with these third-party systems. Yeah, and of course, with our own BVMS, it also nicely integrates.
Yeah. Ruud, thank you very much. It's time to round this one off. I know you could have been talking about this one for another half an hour, but I need to talk a little bit about the remote portal and some of the connectivity in that one as well, to bring the presentation of Max coming up in the afternoon session understandable as well. So thank you very much, Ruud. Really interesting. I hope you will be ready to do a similar presentation and webinar in the autumn, because we know it's so much interesting things coming up. So with that one, I'd like to say thank you and get back and go out in the sunshine again and have a nice day and a nice Friday and a nice weekend down in Eindhoven.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. So next time, I'm happy to explain again on the AI engines.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Ruud. Have a great day. See you later. Bye. Now I will be trying to make a nice bridge between what you just saw about the product updates, about the Inteox update that me and Ruud presented just a short while ago. And what I would like to do here is to stay with this image for a short while, because you heard about the open platform about Inteox. Next session will also cover an interview with one of our customers who is using the remote portal. And the remote portal will be explained in detail in the afternoon session from Max, where we will be talking about all these things we have in the remote portal. We will not focus so much about the Inteox cameras in that session, but we will show you really into detail what we think is the benefits of using the remote portal and also the cloud solutions we have there. So this is a teaser. It's bridging a bit of the products, the Inteox, the upcoming interview we have with the customer. And I would just like to briefly mention for you this one, because you saw initially the Inteox cameras. The way to get the apps into the cameras that you're collecting from the security and safety things is through the Bosch remote portal. And this is really where you do this in a secure way, where you use your device management, where you can purchase your services and also add the apps on the Inteox cameras. So in the background, we're using the SE's Security and Safety Things web store, but you will get there by using the remote portal. And this remote portal is one piece of the Bosch cloud solution. And this cloud solution that you see here on this page, we will explain to you in detail in this afternoon. It's not just about managing, it's also the place where you will see all these nice new features coming together. But to keep you a bit more interested, I would like to spend a few more minutes of explaining a little bit about the cloud VMS we have. So you know the story. You have the way of setting up your cameras to do the remote configuration, to do the remote setup, and also to handle everything in a very secure way. So in this part where we're mentioning connect, maintain, and manage, you also have the ability as an end user to use the cloud connected cameras with the cloud VMS. This is something Max and I will talk about this afternoon. But the nice teaser of that one is that if you as an installer are using the Project Assistant tool, Project Assistant app, to generate a very simple way for your organization to connect, configure, and manage your cameras. By one click, you can connect them to the remote portal and have everything presented for you, as Max will show soon. And also, you will be able to do this in a very secure way, because we're also using this remote portal instance and the cloud session to make sure that you can update your products, to have the latest firmwares, to have the latest security updates, and have everything a customer and a market-driven approach would consider to be a secure installation. This is really what we get from the market today. All cameras needs to be secured, they need to be safe, they need to have the latest updates and firmwares, and this is a very nice way of handling this for you. So the teaser is, stay tuned, we will talk about the cloud VMS. This is also what our customer are using, that Bjorn will interview in a very short while, and he will tell a little bit how about they are using the cameras from Bosch into their cloud VMS that they're using in the monitoring center. But also think about this one. This cloud VMS could be an instance running in a monitoring center, but it could also be an instance running at the end customer site. So there you will see the ability for us to connect the cameras, to dispatch alarms between a customer site and a monitoring station. And that is a really interesting approach that is pretty new for the market when you do this between different clouds. So stay tuned. We will talk more about that one in the afternoon. And now I think it's time for me to hand over to Björn and a nice interview with one of our end customers.
Okay, thank you. Today we have Sean here with us from Avarn. So could you please tell us a little bit your background and what you're doing at Avarn?
So my name is Sean Österberg. I hold the position as a technical specialist at a company called Avarn Security, and I work primarily for Sweden and Norway. I have a background in both security and IT, and my primary responsibilities are product development, acquisition-related supervisory, and also hardcore programmatic development regarding surveillance technology and integrations.
Sounds like you have a quite extensive background from the security industry and the IT industry.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so when did you first get in contact with Bosch video system?
That was probably around 2013 when I held the position as a supervisor during my time at G4S. I recall one time when I was called up to the place where our SOC sat and led an real-time operation. And one of the operators gave me free hands to maneuver an Autodome 7000, if I remember correctly. And in short, that camera did the works for the situation we were facing at the time.
Okay. Today you're using the CBS, the cloud-based solution at your monitoring center. How long have you been using this?
We deployed the first instance of CBS in late 2017. And during the years, we have scaled up our usage and commissioning of the devices at a pretty steady pace.
What was the reason why you chose the CBS? Because I guess there was other options out there as well.
Yeah, primarily the scalability, but also the functionality with the intervening actions. But we saw a great potential in video analytical products. And the CBS is conforming with your own camera, so that was perfect solutions for us at the time.
Yeah, I guess they marry quite good the CBS and our cameras.
Exactly.
So could you short explain how the setup is, like from the installation to where you actually get the picture in the monitoring center?
At Avarn, we specialize in pretty unconventional solutions, often in shape of modular platforms, which are mobile, scalable, and applicable in surroundings which are by default difficult and exposed. So firstly, we pre-commission the devices to the CBS in our lab. Secondly, we perform thorough tests of all functionalities connected to that specific device and the circumjacent technology. When we have ascertained that everything is good to go, we can start the assembling on site. And when the assembling part is done, we repeat step 2 and configure the last details such as EVA and so on. And I believe that we are in harmony with our customers when I say that we both value the minimal imposition and acquisition time on site, which the CBS is enabling.
Yeah. So basically, you're doing the pre-setup, sending out the products, and then do the remote commissioning on the IVA.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So what's the experience from the monitoring center?
Well, a change in the traditional surveillance operation isn't always met by applause at first, but over time I've collected a great deal of appreciation for the solution in its whole from our operators, especially regarding the interface, the functionality, and the simplifying of intervening and forensic actions, which naturally reduces workload, margin of error, but also promotes the proper actions in real time.
What would you say is the biggest benefit from our customer perspective?
It doesn't matter if our audits are acute, monthly, quarterly, or yearly. We can perform most of the upgrades, testings, evaluations, configurations remotely, with or without our customers directly involved. And for those reasons, the CBS is a really cost-effective and highly reliable solution due to proactive engagement that doesn't need or demand site visits all of the time.
You mentioned the IVA or the video analytic. So each false alarm costs money. So what is your experience about Bosch Video Analytic at the edge, and also how have you improved it? Because as you said, you're a really technical guy, and I guess you've done a lot of experiments regarding this.
Yeah. Well, at Avarn, we choose our products with care and put all of our prospecting and already acquired tech under great scrutiny and heavy testing. And my firm belief is that the IVA is one of the most accurate video content analysis chipset that I have evaluated for the commercial market in its price range. And the hit rate after meticulous calibration is outstanding.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you for those nice words. So what kind of cameras are you using today when selling the services? Is it a specific model, or is it the full range of cameras?
It's a pretty wide range, but we are very fond of the FlexiDome series due to the wide field of view, but also the great range of video analytical detection. So especially the 7000 and 8000 models.
Yeah. And regarding the 8000, we just launched the new 8000 X series. Have you tried those out as well?
Yeah, Christmas came early this year, so I actually have one mounted in the woods where I live.
And the experience of that camera is there a big difference between the normal 8000 and the X series?
Well, I actually started to test it out the first day I got it. So the first evening during my testing, I reacted to the absolute insane automatic lens correction. The picture was better the later it got. Okay. And the monochrome mode did not switch over before it went pitch dark. But I could still analyze and detect as usual without any external lights because I live in the woods. And I tested the HDRX cameras simultaneously with the ordinary 8000. And but the thing I was most impressed about was the saturated light picture compensation and the improved noise reduction.
Okay, nice. So going back to the cloud, there is a constant development in the cloud, and it's getting more and more accepted. So what do you think about the future for cloud-connected devices?
Well, the red carpet is laid out for IoT and AI IoT, so I'm fairly certain that the security industry will go down that path too. I see most market value in hybrid solutions where the storage is partially placed in a data center. But as we all know, the current risks and the deficit of knowledge regarding all the critical vulnerabilities needs to be addressed. So I welcome a slow but secure transformation into the cloud.
Yeah, as we're going to hear today, and I have heard today, that there is a lot of development going into the Bosch cloud as well, with, for example, the alarm washing and AI in the cloud and so on. So I think we're going to see quite some interesting features coming out in the future.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Anything else that you would like to add to your experience from the CBS and the Bosch cameras?
Keep doing a great job.
Thank you. Thank you. Very much appreciated, Sean, and thank you very much for your time. And yeah, let's keep in touch. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
So I hope you all enjoyed the case study and the presentation from Avarn and how they use the CBS in real life. And now we're going into the tools and apps that we have. And with me here I have Gerard. So Gerard, could you please introduce yourself a bit as well?
Yeah, good morning, Björn. My name is Gerard Otsver. I'm a sales manager responsible for the video sales in the Benelux.
Nice to have you with me. So, and you have a lot of people joining from your side as well.
It's been a good pickup. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, nice. So, about the tools and apps, we have a lot of tools and apps on our webpage, and basically with 4 easy clicks, you will be there, and starting on the menu, support, tools, apps, and tools, and then you will actually come into this page. So, Gerard, what about the video product selector?
Yeah, the video product selector is actually a really nice, easy tool that if you're looking for a specific product, you want a dome camera, it needs to be a certain resolution, for instance, 5 megapixel, you need to make it sure that it's IP66 because you want to use it outdoors. You can just put in those criteria, and it will provide you the cameras which are then available within our portfolio. So it's quick and easy to find the right camera for your project.
Yeah. Another nice tool that is, because sometimes it's quite hard to find the accessories and those kind of things, and know what accessories fits to what cameras. And there you have the video accessory quick selection tool. Could you just explain a little bit about that one?
Yeah, it's a PDF actually. A PDF you can download, have with you on your PC, and with a few clicks you can select the camera. You can select how you want to mount it. You want to mount it indoors, outdoors, roof mount, or wall mount, and it will provide you the required accessories with type numbers, so you always know that you select the right accessory for your project.
Mm-hmm. And then actually one of my favorites is the video analytics example tool, and that's a really nice one to show how the video analytic works in different environments. And yeah, what do you think about this one?
Yeah, well, like you said, it's a great little tool. It's again a PDF. It allows you to show example videos of IVA applications. And a picture says more than 1,000 words, so it's easy if you're with your customer to show this is what we mean with this specific application for video analytics.
Yeah, no, it's a really nice one. And if you scroll down the page, there is then coming into the more calculation design tools, and here you have the Bosch IP video system design tool. Can you, just say a few words about that one as well?
Yeah, it's actually an installable file. If you download that, you can install it on your PC, and it allows you to do a complete system design. You can pull in Google Maps, you can pull in the different camera locations, and once you select the camera you want to use, you get and you choose your lens settings, you get a complete overview of the field of view of your camera. You get your Dory values, which are of course very important. And if you use IVA, you also get your IVA detection distances based on the object you want to detect.
Yeah. And in this afternoon, we're going to hear a little bit more about this tool because it's, as Kira says, it's really a powerful tool. And then we go into the video analytic lens calculator. It's also a really powerful one. And Gerard, what about this one?
What it does is similar to the video system design tool, but it's online. And if you don't have it have the system design tool installed, or you just want to take a quick calculation for one specific camera to, for instance, calculate the IVA detection distance, this allows you to do that quickly online.
Okay, great. And the last one on this page is the BVMS system design guide, and that's a quite complicated one, I think, or at least the BVMS system can be very easy, but can also be quite complicated. So just a few words on this one as well.
Yeah, if you look at the BVMS design guide, it's a thick design manual. It's something you use to look up if you are designing a BVMS system and say, okay, what do I need to take into account when designing a 100+ camera system? What are my bandwidths? What do I need to make sure that I use as workstations? So it's a very extensive manual to take you step for step to a design of a BVMS system.
Okay. The next part is, of course, that we are launching a lot of firmware upgrades for our cameras, and there also is one section where you can find and download the software. I don't think we need to spend too much time on that one. It's quite easily. But of course, then you have the mobile apps, and here just let's run the video security app. Yeah, what will you say about that one?
Oh, video security apps works great with Remote Portal, of course. The Remote Portal allows you to put your cameras online, and once your cameras are online and you log in with your Remote Portal credentials, you will also find all your cameras in this video security app. And of course, you can view them live, but you can also then view all your recordings. And if you have IVA capable cameras, you can also do a quick search based on IVA criteria.
And then you have the Bosch Project Assistant app as well, and that's also a really powerful tool, especially when you use the 8000 series cameras. So, Gerard, what's that all about?
Yeah, the Project Assistant app allows you actually to do system design without the cameras physically being there. So a project manager can completely prepare the system with IP addresses, passwords, and all that kind of things. It's an app, but it's an app for iPhone, for Android, but also for Windows. So you can share it cross-platform. And once the whole system is designed, you can even use that on site to directly connect to the camera and download those settings to the camera. And once you have done that, it also allows you to take directly images from the field of view of the camera, which allows you to create automatically your as-built documentation, which is very important, of course, when you finalize a project.
So as you see, we have all the different tools from choosing the right product to actually managing the product before and after the installation. So then, of course, we have the different apps for Android and iOS as well. So which makes it much easier. Next part is Or, yeah, do you want to say anything more about this section of the web page?
No, I think we covered the most parts of it. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. So next one is promotions, and everybody likes a nice discount or a nice promotion. So here we have two, or actually it's three different promotions. Number one is for our 360 cameras. Gerard, this one, what about it? 20% additional discount sounds crazy.
Yeah, it's an aggressive discount, but we want everybody to take advantage of these great cameras. With our panoramic cameras, you can easily do very interesting IVA applications like people counting, but also crowd management. And we really want to help people to bring this to the market. So that's why we decided to come up with this promotion. And it even goes further. If you will show the next slide.
25%. It's even more crazy than 20%.
Yeah, if you add our Intelligent Insight software to it, that allows you to take the best use to make the best use of what you can do with IVA, and just to help you to bring that to market. If you combine these cameras with Intelligent Insights, we will take 25% off.
Yeah, that sounds amazing to me. 25% off. It's a really bargain. The last one on the recording side, there's a trade-in action as well. Gerard, what about this one?
Yeah, if you want to switch to our all-in-one recorders, we now have a great option which we're introducing to the market now. Just trade in any old NVR, DVR for our DIP all-in-one. And not only do you get a free of charge quick training from us, but you also get 15% additional discount.
Yeah.
And of course, with those recorders, you will need cameras. And if you then also add cameras to this, we will also provide 15% additional discount on those cameras.
Yeah, it's amazing. So get in contact with your DI, SI or Bosch reps, and we will provide you with all the information regarding those promotion campaigns.
Yeah, all the details are available.
Yeah. So Gerard, I think that's all from our part.
Thank you very much. Great for being
Thank
here.
you very much. Yes, thank you for joining. And now over to the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Björn, now you're completely off the hook. And Petra, you and I have to do some extra work here.
Exactly.
It's always good to hear these polite guys, Björn and Gerard, saying thank you to each other like 10 times. But that's good. At least we need to have some polite people within this organization.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's nice.
So now we have also Roger is here in the room, as I mentioned before, the time manager. We're going to try to answer as many of the questions as possible. And we keep the Q&A session, actually the question session in Ment is open also after lunch in the breakout sessions.
Exactly.
And I'm getting hungry. I have had a long day so far, a lot of coffee.
So
and I also have,
start?
Yeah, I think we should, because it's, how many questions do we have?
We have a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Some questions still coming in.
Okay.
So
I think we will close those ones coming in now. So if you haven't asked them before, we need to get back in an email to you with them. So, but let's try to do at least answering the ones that have the top votes.
Exactly. So as we said in the morning session during the Menti introduction, we will answer the question who has the highest votes first.
Yeah, we will try. We have had some time to prepare, and I have had a few calls with a few of the guys as well. So let's see what we can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's start.
So first question then, are Bosch developing all AI algorithms on their own, or do you have corporations with other developers for AI?
Yeah. How honest shall I be? No. Okay, so what you have seen today, the OC algorithms that we are doing in the Inteox camera, some of them, it's developed by Bosch, but also what we have been talking about today, the ecosystem where we will be doing this. There will be other vendors also having corporations together with Bosch doing the AI detectors we're using in some parts of our solutions. Because as you have heard, we have the ability to put the AI detectors in cameras. That's fine. We also have them in some servers. If we connect into BVMS, for example, with face detections and face recognition, we have that one as well. Max will also show us very briefly soon about the AI detectors we will use in the cloud. And some of them will be corporations with other manufacturers of AI detectors as well. But a few of them will be purely Bosch. So it's actually a difference. We will have both.
Yeah.
So not all algorithms are 100% developed by Bosch. I hope that was clear enough.
I think so.
Yes, thank you.
So I should move on to next question.
Yes.
So some competitors state that they use skeleton structure detection to better identify humans walking and crawling. What's your opinion on this? Very
Also
interesting.
pretty honest answer. We are using it in some way ourselves. In some of the AI detectors we're using, it's used. But also, if we look into the IVA part that we have today, when we're trying to catch a thief on a fence in a perimeter protection, we're not using that for IVA detection, because then we don't do the object classification in that specific way. But when we're using AI detectors to generate data out of the video feed, we are doing this one as well in a similar way. I will not disclose all the secrets and details, but of course, it's the basic foundation of how you're using artificial intelligence. And also, if you would like to make other types of AI detectors where people, how they're behaving and what their expressions are, then like me, waving with my hands and my iPad continuously, that is also one way of doing this one. So we are using it as well. Yes.
Yeah. So I should move on.
Yes, please.
So is the coming traffic detector possible to use in Milestone?
Valid question. And the one of you who asked this one, I hope you asked it before we did complete the presentation, because yes, the traffic detector in the OC model is 100% integrated in Milestone, Genetec, ISS, BVMS, all the other ones already, because it's part of the standard type of Bosch firmware. So if you have an integration with IVA or EVA, machine learning, camera trainer, it's available in all these products and all these software suites that have an integration with Bosch already. So it's already there. You can start using it from day number one.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So wouldn't it be smarter to capture the video stream on a central location, which could be in the cloud, with plenty of GPU, CPU power instead on the edge?
Smarter? Yes. If you have the capability of doing that one, the data set, the algorithms, as much computer power you can use, of course you would like to have it. But also imagine if you have several cameras on a remote location, you don't have the uplink to the cloud, you need to do it on the edge. So that's also very good and valid questions, because what you will see in the opportunity of using a product, there will be all different use cases. You will use the camera perhaps generating pieces of metadata that then will be used also in combination with the data set, computing power either on a server locally or in the cloud to have the most benefit out of that one. And one of the things Holger mentioned when we started this morning was his team, they're really trying to make use out of the algorithms usage of where we have the most resources. In the cameras, even if we nowadays are having great components with really good performing power, we need sometimes to feed some of the detection and algorithms analytics into where we have more computing power. And that might be a computer, yes, or into the cloud. So it depends on the infrastructure. It depends on the horsepowers you have in the different solutions. And you will also see different types of implementation of these algorithms from us. You will see it edge-based on the cameras. You will see it server-based, perhaps together with BVMS. You will see it perhaps in a, let's call it edge box, you never know, that will be part of the solution that is generating data and do some of the data set comparison and updates also in the cloud. So this is a really good question, and I cannot really answering it better than that, but you will have it pretty much all over the place.
I think that was a pretty detailed answer.
Yes, perhaps a bit too long.
So, is HDRX implemented just in Flexidome cameras?
No, HDRX, it's especially developed for the new chipset we have in a few different cameras. This chipset is available in the Autodome 5100i, and it's also available in the Flexidome 8000i X series. So the HDRX will be both in the Flexidome 8000i and in the Autodome 5100i. Starlight X will just be in the Flexidome 8000i.
Clear.
Yes.
So, does Autodome 5100i comes with AVA or IVA?
This is a question from somebody who has been using Bosch products before, I can tell, because essential video analytics or intelligent video analytics, yeah, at some points we within Bosch are pretty good at confusing ourselves and the market. IVA, intelligent video analytics, EVA, essential video analytics. Previously, we tried to make a differentiation here with essential analytics is what you need for everyday use, and intelligent is perhaps to do more advanced detection. The Autodome 5100i, it will come with essential video analytics. It's made on a earlier generation of the platforms, even if it's a new product we're releasing today. But that also means that this one will have essential video analytics. If you then compare it with, for example, the multi-sensor and the new panoramic coming up that also has 5100i, that one will come with intelligent video analytics. So this year is the first year where you will see that we're bringing IVA, intelligent video analytics, and also the AI detectors into the 5100i series. So this is a big shift. It's the first year that we will bring that kind of solution also into the 5000 series. So I hope we will be able to explain that even better on in the future.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Valid question. Will you record this seminar and share on YouTube? Yeah.
Yes. So give us Roger, who's sitting here. He is the master of this production, and he is doing everything he can to get the most out of this one and also the breakout session.
Yeah.
So there will be a complete set of information, the complete presentation or live sessions we have, also some of the videos that we have been using will be also available for you who have registered.
Yes.
So that's the key. If you have registered, you will be able to see this one afterwards. We will also try, I'm not sure if it's done yet, but we will try to see if we can, in a good way, fit the Q&A session with the answers also into that recording. We don't have a final solution for that one as well. But yes, it will be available on YouTube as a recorded session for the ones of you who have registered.
Yes. So here, another one, will the PowerPoint slide be shared with the participant of the online event?
No. Now, why should they have it? They can watch it on YouTube instead. So PowerPoint slides, it's internal stuff, what we are using, but you will be able to see everything online on YouTube anyway, so you don't need the PowerPoint slide. If you, as a Bosch guy out there, at some point have the need for it, come on, drop me an email, I will give it to you.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So, would it be possible to get the 3D boxes we saw in the video also in the client and BVMS?
No. As Holger mentioned, and I was also explaining today, what we do is we put this one, we made the decision to show it for you. We usually don't show that one. This is really what is going on in the development team with their servers. We don't usually show that one. It's actually a bit rare to do it. So it will not be used in the BVMS client as it is today. But you never know. If it's enough of people out there asking for it, it might be a feature, who knows. But today, there is no real use to having it there, so it will not be there.
Perfect. So, is the Autodome 5100i made in China?
I'm not sure who asked this question, but it's I understand the question. We within Bosch have many production facilities all around the world. So you might have an Autodome 5100i that might come from China, but you might also have one that comes from Portugal. There are actually dedicated CTNs, and CTNs, it's also a Bosch acronym. It's the part number of the camera is able to get it from Portugal or from any other production facilities we have with the other products. So it's not just made in China, it's also a product made in Portugal. So depending on the usage, some countries are not allowed to use products that's made in China. Especially in the US, they have this NDAA that is really a harsh demand that you're not allowed to use products from China, so they're not allowed to. So you are able to get the products made in Portugal or made in China or in some of the other production plants we have from the rest of the world.
So will also the 4K cameras come as an X camera?
X camera. I think it's referring to the X series of 8000i.
Yeah,
I just
guess
assume.
so, yeah.
Not now. And this is a very good reason for you to stay into the afternoon session, because just after lunch, and as I said, I'm hungry, Gijs will be explaining more about the technology, and it's really a combination about hardware, software algorithms, sensor, optics. So right now we will not see a 4K X series cameras coming up, at least in not this year, I believe, anyway. So far it's up to 4.1 megapixel and not above that one.
Moving on, how fast is the car moving that you took the image of the HDR-X comparison? You know this?
No, I don't. But I actually gave Gijs a call and asked him.
Ah.
He said, and he was laughing, he didn't really have an idea, but he said approximately 50 to 55 kilometers per hour was the assumption I made. He actually went back and watched the video he was doing when they took all these clips. So approximately 55 kilometers per hour. Yeah.
So how many licenses do we need for this camera, and is it full on-VIF for the other VMS platforms?
This camera, this must be related to the multi-sensor, right?
Perhaps. I guess so.
The multi-sensor camera, it is one camera, one IP address, one MAC address, but actually 4 camera sensors. So it will pop up as 4 different cameras in our BVMS. And we have a small challenge when it comes to the licensing of BVMS. So initially, you need a commercial solution to be able to have this one as just to pay for one license to have 4 different cameras. And that is what you will have. In the upcoming releases of BVMS, it will be fully implemented. So you just will have one part number when you order it. But for now, you will have 4 cameras to the price of 1 camera within BVMS. It's usually the same with other VMSs like Milestone and the other ones. It's also fully on-VIF compatible, so you can use it as an on-VIF camera. And in many of the other softwares and the other software vendors, you can use it in the same way as a native Bosch camera as well. But it's fully on-VIF compliant.
Sounds really great.
Yes.
So, will there be other IA algorithms than traffic detectors in Bosch cameras combined with IVA?
The answer is yes.
Yes. Easy as that?
Yeah. I will not tell you when, but there will be. Because the complete development team, all these AI detectors, we heard about gunshot detection. We're talking about this skeleton stuff. You will hear Max tell us a bit about other stuff coming up this afternoon as well. Yes, there will be other AI algorithms working in combination with IVA, relating on the 3D models you also saw. You saw the calibration Jim and I did previously here. Everything is coming together with that one. So there will be other AI detectors as well as the ones we're using for the traffic ones coming up. But I cannot tell you when, and I cannot tell you if it will be, and in what cameras they will be run as well.
So is IVA, EVA, and IA detectors the same?
Okay. I said it before, using different acronyms, different wording. Is it really the same? Is EVA, Essential Video Analytics, IVA, Intelligent Video Analytics, and AI detectors the same? depending on what corridor I'm walking in, what kind of developer I'm asking, should I make this as a marketing statement? I would say yes, it's some kind of artificial intelligence. The machine learning we do within the IVA cameras, it's actually AI detectors. We're using artificial intelligence to develop both the essential analytics and the intelligent video analytics. So I might say yes, but we also need to, in the future, to be able to explain this a bit better. Why do we have this need for artificial intelligence? As Florian and Holger also mentioned earlier this morning, it's really the key for us to generate the solutions and the features that the market is expecting. And more will come into artificial intelligence, also for development of cameras. So today, I might say, yeah, there is a bridge between them. Are they the same? Not 100% they are. Market-wise, should we call them the same? Let's see. If you have a question about it, call your Bosch representative. We can help you try to find out what is the need and what is the wording. But they pretty much do the same thing today. But for the future, there will be a big difference.
So, is the IP6K 9K only for the new X series or also available on the already present versions of Flexidome 8000i cameras?
It was actually mentioned, Matthijs. It is there. So also for the regular series of the Flexidome 8000i, there is an update. It's not an update of the products, it's actually an update of the testing. So yes, it is capable and compatible with that standard.
Nice.
I never answer by a simple yes, right?
And no, you don't, actually. Can I easily swap an existing Flexidome 8000i for the new X series? Is the same backplate?
Mechanically and technically, yes. Price-wise, no. Don't come back with me with an old Flexidome, say I would like to have a new one. Can I swap it? No, you cannot. Then Björn and Gerard needs to calculate on a new campaign and a new promotion. But from a installing perspective, it's the same. It's the same base plates, it's the same mounting equipment and everything. It's the same. So stay tuned for the afternoon. That will be after my long-awaited lunch. Gijs will tell you about the difference.
Sounds interesting. Multi-cameras, how many licenses do they use?
Hopefully I answered this one already. It actually uses one license in the most VMSs, including BVMS for 4 cameras.
Do we need one channel license for multis? And there's kind of the same question here. Yeah.
Already answered.
Yeah. When is the release of BVMS 11? Anders?
If I had a watch, I would be watching it. This week or next week. I should say in the beginning of June, first week in June, BVMS 11 will be out there.
Clear as mud. Will the Inteox cameras use Bosch IVA, EVA, or only third-party VCA?
This one I can hopefully answer with a clear and straight answer. It will use Bosch IVA. It will use Bosch OC algorithms, that is Bosch AI, and it would also be possible of using third-party Inteox apps that me and Jimmy will show you very soon. Some funny apps, some useful apps, and some interesting apps.
Yeah. So it's really important to stay after lunch.
Yes, stay after lunch. And if, once again, if you have more questions, please fire them off during the breakout sessions as well, even if we will not have the ability to answer them today.
Yeah, but we will answer them in a written format, in an email.
Exactly.
Yeah. So, who can develop apps for the Inteox lineup?
This is also a bit, I hope I mentioned a little bit about this security and safety things, the App Store. Everybody who are part and has a account or being part of the security and safety things, being also part of the OSSA, can use the APIs that is used to develop apps for both the Bosch Inteox cameras and also the other vendors that have a cooperation with security and safety things. So it's not just the Bosch cameras with this open platform that we call Inteox. It's also all the other vendors that has a cooperation together with security and safety things.
So, will we receive contact details and names of the team members?
Okay, that's a good question. Who are the team members? Yeah, for the Bosch representatives that are me, Petra, Gerard, Björn, and the other ones, yes. For the people that is working within development and in the project, no, they will not be there. And if you have some interesting questions, you need some information, get it to a Bosch representative and we will help you. But we will not disclose that information. The other ones, you already have the contact persons. So the team members within Bosch in the local organization, yes, we will share it and have it, but the other ones, we will keep them a bit separated because they should do what they do best, and that is develop nice products and nice algorithms.
Do you provide these services in Israel?
Wow, this is a good one. This will be answered in a written format, in an email. I would say pretty much yes, but you need to find that one out with your local representative in Israel, because I really don't know if there might be some legal things that could influence that one. So I don't have a good answer on that one. So we will get back in a written answer, but as always, please contact your local Bosch representative or the system integrator or the distributor, and they will help you with that information.
Yeah. So, do we need a separate server or PC locally on site to do the AI stuff like traffic detector?
No.
That was an easy answer.
I did it. Once I did a straight answer. The answer is no. You can run it directly in the camera. It will have everything you need, and it's there.
Is the rain sensor included or an extra unit you buy as an accessory?
Also probably for the Autodom 5100i infrared. No, the rain sensor is included. It's a software algorithm, software function that actually sees that if it's rain on the lens or on the glass of the lens, it will start the rain. The wiper. It will start the rain. It will start the wiper.
Control the weather, perhaps.
No, it cannot control the weather. That would be a super duper feature, perhaps an AI detector. No.
So when will the 5100i IR be available?
IR. That's also the Autodom, I believe, and that's already available. We do have a slight, let's call it delivery issue, because we have quite big spike orders in a few countries where we have delivered a lot of these ones. So and we're also moving the warehouse we have, so it might be a delay of a few days / a week, but it's commercially available and it's there as well. So you can order it and it's ready for delivery.
Great. So what type of lens are compatible by HDR X series cameras?
Hang on. Stick there with us to the afternoon, because Gijs and I will tell you.
So it's going to be mentioned in the afternoon session.
Yes.
Can I use the same accessories as the other series? This is...
I don't know. This might also, if it's for the... Okay, we have what we call the universal accessories. These ones are capable of using all the newer manufactured and produced and developed cameras are available to use that one. Sometimes you need an adapter plate. If it's with the multi-sensor, yes, it will be working. You need an adapter plate to make it fit into the complete accessory line. Same with the new panoramic, the Autodom 5100i ES, 8000i X series. Yes, so I would say pretty much yes, regardless of any kind of camera we're talking about today.
So I think you mentioned a little bit about this. Will gunshot detection run on the camera? How?
Adir mentioned it a little bit. Florian and Holger touched based on it as well. Gunshot detection, it's a name. It has a bit bad ring to it, but gunshot detection and audio detection will run as AI detectors on the camera itself. Especially for the multi-sensor one, we do see a lot of usage in that one in the specific verticals where we see the use of multi-sensor cameras. Big demand in many countries and many regions for audio analytics, gunshot detections, to try to see if you can get some kind of direction, position of the actual sound coming up. So that is why we have a very special type of microphone array in that camera as well. So it's a really interesting one, and that one will run in the camera. Roger gives me the big 5 minutes, or 5 questions actually, so let's hurry up.
So will the multi-7000i have one Mac or one for each lens?
One per camera. So 4 lenses, 4 cameras, 1 unit. So the unit itself will have 1 IP address and 1 MAC address. Each and every camera sensor will be beneath that MAC address and that IP address.
Do you need to update the camera software to be able to use the new calibration?
I also have Jimmy in the room, and he says, he's shaking his head. No, but I know he says also, you don't have to, but you should, because doing the upgrade of the firmware really matches the firmware in the camera with the configuration software and all the security patches and all the updates. So please update the camera to have the best possible calibration. So update the firmware in the camera, have the latest and greatest version of the configuration manager, and then you will have the best calibration in your system. Right, Jimmy? Yeah, he's nodding his head. Yes.
Is it possible to use cameras with IVA to track moving objects on the border and avoid false alarms?
The answer is yes. Especially all the IVA cameras, you have this ship tracking mode, we call it. And if you activate that one, you will reduce pretty much all the false alarms, false alerts, and anyway get a good detection of moving objects on water. And that is an extremely nice feature. It's something we are using in a lot of different regions in this Nordic region especially, and also in the Benelux down in some of the canals there. So it's a very well-used feature. We have very good feedback of it, and it's used widely, especially in these 2 regions that we're covering today.
Can an Inteox camera app be used in Milestone and Genetech?
Wow, depends on the implementation in those softwares. So Inteox, it's an open platform. It's pretty much like installing an app in your mobile device, in your phone, your iPad. If that specific app has an implementation in a dedicated software, then you're able to use it. So if you go into the App Store of Security and Safety Things, you go through the apps, it will be clearly stated in the different apps which one is capable and compatible with what software. And that's also up to you out there in the market to come with your suggestions of how you would like these apps to be working. So please get in touch with us that is manufacturing video management systems or other softwares, and we will listen to what you say of what apps that we need to make sure are implemented in our softwares.
When will the fixed Inteox cameras be available for buying?
I would say after the summer, and as it looks like now, summer could be pretty flexible. August timeframe, I should say. Then we will have the fixed cameras coming up. We would like to implement the latest firmware in these ones before we release them. So August timeframe is probably quite safe to say.
Perfect. So should we have one more question, because we soon need to wrap this Q&A session up?
I thought you heard my stomach, and that is why I tried to wrap it.
Exactly. So last question. How do I get the API to develop apps in Inteox camera?
Be a part of Security and Safety Things. That's the way to do it. If you're part of Security and Safety Things, you are able to get all the information you need to develop your own apps or to develop your own softwares that are using these apps. If you would like to start manufacturing your own camera, same thing there. If you go and be a part of Security and Safety Things, you could also start using the operating systems, the APIs, and all the nice stuff you need to do to start creating a good camera. But please don't make it too good, because we as Bosch would like to have the best camera. So,
of course.
Yeah. So Roger, I think I have a hard closure now. I think it's to stop. I really need to have something to eat.
I think we all need to.
Yeah. So please stay tuned for the afternoon session. It's so much interesting information there. Roger, I think we might even have a small agenda for the afternoon session that we can show. I know we will be starting with the camera comparison, really showing some nice examples and different technologies of how it looks like comparing different technologies. We will have the Inteox apps that me and Jimmy will demonstrate. It's really nice and fun. Harold and Wilfred will demonstrate the tool that Harold and Björn was also talking about, the Bosch implementation of the GVSG. Really good information there. Please look at it. You will see a nice way of how to set up and do projects of your cameras. And the one I think probably is the most interesting one is the chat me and Max will have in a short while about remote services, video services as a solution, cloud-based services, cloud VMS, all the stuff that also we heard from the interview with Avarn is used today. We will disclose some secrets and some updates about that one as well.
Yeah. So it's a really packed afternoon. And once again, if you have questions, ask them in Menti, because we will keep the Menti presentation open, and we will come back to you with the answers in a written format and in an email.
I would just like to end with one final thing, because I also saw a very late question popping in. It's about in the campaigns, discounts. Where do I get the discounts? As always, please contact your local system integrator or your distributor or your Bosch representative, and they will help you on how to get all these nice discounts on all your campaigns and promotions.
Nice.
Nice. Can we run off to food now, Roger?
Ready for lunch?
Yes, ready for lunch. Quick one, because we will be back soon, and then it's time for the camera comparison together with Gijs.
So we will be back at 1 o'clock.
Thank you. See you soon. welcome back. Hope you had a nice lunch, a nice break, and also some time to melt all this information you received in the morning session. I promised you some answers in the Q&A session. We will probably and hopefully be able to cover them now in these sessions coming up here in this afternoon. We will start with the camera comparison, the update of our cameras into the X series of Starlight and HDR for the Flexidome 8000i. We will mention the Inteox cameras coming up, what is new there, some demonstrations of some really interesting apps and use cases. We will dive into the remote portal, CBS, Cloud VMS, as we call it nowadays, to give you some demonstration and really show you what we are bringing with that solution. And we will be rounding up with the JVSG tool, the camera planning tool, where we are using a Bosch version of that one with the dedicated products from Bosch. And I hope you will have a very interesting and informative session this afternoon. We will start with camera comparison. And as you can see on the slide behind me, of course, it's Gijs, the brains behind these cameras, together with his colleague that will do the presentation and demonstration. And please pay attention, because there are a lot of nice information here about technology, about how we use technology, and also how you can compare cameras between different manufacturers. And I would like to pay some extra attention to one slide where we will be comparing an old Bosch camera with a new one. And it's not fake. You should really see the difference, and I will explain it a bit more in detail when I come to that one. So, enough talking from me. Gijs, it's over to you.
Okay, thanks, Anders. Let's dive into the materials that we can show today. So, technology summary for the X series. So, as mentioned in the morning session, the X series is an addition to the 8000 lineup, focusing on really bringing a next level of image performance with Starlight X and Acer X. So, that's what we will be talking about. And to jump in directly in Starlight X, here we have a nice summary of what we are actually delivering with Starlight X and what it's based upon. So with Starlight X, we combine the latest high-performance large pixel sensors with custom-made optics. We custom-made these with our co-developed them with our lens supplier, and improved image processing and noise suppression on the software side. And what does this bring us? This brings us, if we, for example, compare the new X series 4 megapixel product with the existing Starlight 6 megapixel product, 5.5 times improvement for color sensitivity. So 550% improvement on sensitivity compared to the existing 6 megapixel Starlight. This is, of course, very significant.
Chris, one thing that I also sorry to interrupt here, but what we also will see is the tremendous improvement in black and white, because it must have been something special what we did with the infrared sensitivity, because right now, what I see in the test and what we have tested is black and white images it's a huge difference. It looks like it's even better than the color improvements.
Yeah, correct. So we are introducing two resolution points, 2 megapixel, 4 megapixel. But both are based on the same technology. So there are big advancements made on the color front, but also indeed on the monochrome side, there is really some new technology involved. I will get to that also on this slide.
Yes.
But the base sensitivity you can already define in color mode, right? Because there IR is not yet in the mix. So you just look at the visible light spectrum for sensitivity, and there is already this massive improvement. Yes. And usually when we talk about Starlight, we tend to think about extreme low light use cases as the application. But actually what I like to stress always, it's not only extreme low light use cases, you benefit from improved sensitivity for all applications.
Yes.
So even during a normal daytime, on a cloudy day, if your camera is much more sensitive, it is able to use faster shutter speeds, so your image will show less motion blur. So fast-moving cars, for example, will be sharper. Details will be sharper. So this reduced motion blur due to faster shutter speeds, that's a very big benefit, even during daytime, where you can benefit from a more sensitive camera.
Yeah, Chris, what we also saw, because we did some comparisons about the bitrate, and also to be able to do this even in daytime with less gain on the image. Gain is the similar thing as bitrate nowadays. So what we also saw that we could make much lower bit rates of same images, even if we increased resolution. So that was also something that we found out in the test we did here earlier.
Yeah, if you have to do less gain, less noise, less bit rate. So the benefits of sensitivity apply across all light levels 24/7. So that's indeed, I think, a very good addition. Also, an interesting detail, if you compare a higher resolution product, at some point, a higher resolution product will show, in reality, a lower resolution as we transition to lower light levels. So the 4 megapixel camera at a certain light level provides actually better detail, more resolution than, for example, the 6 megapixel star.
Yeah, interesting.
So depending on your application, if you have less than ideal lighting scenarios, having such a very sensitive product is a very good idea, of course.
Yeah. Okay, let's get into the presentation again, because we have so much information we'd like to tell the audience here today.
So, of course, now to round up on the color, better color sensitivity is better color reproduction at lower light levels. And then coming to the monochrome, as you were already mentioning on this, there is new technology on board in the hardware of the sensor already that makes it the camera much more sensitive to IR. So as soon as you move to monochrome mode, the sensor picks up also the light spectrum of the IR range, which is always present, even if you don't use IR lighting. The sky is emitting IR from the atmosphere, and that gives you, in every scenario, even without IR illumination, a boost on the monochrome mode. So, as Anders mentioned, we will have some nice examples of that later. But of course, if you start to combine the product with an IR illuminator, also there you will then have a massive benefit. So you can either use a smaller IR illuminator with lower power requirements to have the same distance, or with the same power requirement, get much bigger distance and range from that existing IR illuminator. Now, we made a nice animation highlighting a bit the hardware aspect of the X series. So we have this custom optics, really designed specifically for this product, and the new sensor hardware. So 200% larger pixels than what we use on the Starlight cameras. And in the hardware of the sensor, we have support for Starlight X and HDRX. And then on the lens, a high quality 8-element lens to give a high resolution from corner to corner, and a fast aperture which allows in 54% more light than on the 6 megapixel camera. Now, then some examples that we also showed this morning, comparing a 2 megapixel Starlight product with the new Starlight X product. You see in this late daytime, going towards sundown, you see much better color reproduction and detail because of the enhanced sensitivity. And at the bottom, a quick comparison on a 4 megapixel low light comparator. Now, we will dive into that more.
Yeah, we will soon see you on a bike in a dark park outside Eindhoven, I believe. But this is pretty funny as well.
Yeah. We made some nice shots during testing, and we can share some of these nice examples with you.
Yeah.
So here on the sensitivity, we made a comparison with the new 4 megapixel Starlight X camera with the 6 megapixel Starlight camera, and two competitor products. Now,
yeah, I would like to say a few things here, because we really the images are talking for themselves. But really, this is something I've been talking about quite a lot. The information we see on the data sheet from different manufacturers could look the same, but when you start testing the cameras, they're actually performing in a complete different way. And I think these images really shows it. And if what you see is color reproduction, motion blur, artifacts of the videos, and we will also show it in the upcoming videos very soon here. But this is real life footage. This is you out walking. So it's not something being shot at a commercial studio down in Eindhoven. This is you guys out testing the cameras, right?
Yeah, and I think these images speak for themselves indeed. Having a lower motion blur during daytime, color mode, well, competition is black and white, and even then in color mode having less motion blur, and here in full darkness, because of this new monochrome technology, it's showing such a big difference.
Yeah, and just imagine for yourself, if you would like to use this camera to make, for example, intrusion detection with the IBA, which one do you think would perform the best? You don't need to be rocket science to understand that the camera that actually sees something will have an opportunity to do the video analytics, and the other ones will have a huge issue to even be able to create a video, but then at the same time to be able to do good analytics on that video feed. That's really a challenge. So this is also something we have been talking about previously in the IBA session, and that we will emphasize even more on later, it's the opportunity to have a usable image. The usability of the image is what we're focusing on. So I think this is really important.
As humans, we like to see that nice picture.
Yeah.
But actually, our machines are also like to see that are liking to see that good picture, right? So our analytics indeed has the same benefit as our human vision. It will be performing much better, more reliable in these challenging scenes.
Yeah, I think the next videos will be a great example of this. So if we jump into the next ones, I think it's really interesting to see. Yeah, this is, perhaps we should explain it. I made this slide, so I might explain it a little bit. It's actually two different cameras. One is a competitor camera, and this is actually moving video. You might see that there is something moving. There is an object moving. And this is you guys walking in this scene. But what you really can see, because I've seen the other image that comes up soon. Because this is, if you think about a camera that should do video analytics on this one, it would have a real issue to see that this is actually a moving object. And if you just imagine that you also are trying to catch the thief walking in the dark areas behind, in the forest behind, it would be really hard. And trying to make identification of this object, come on, I should say it's impossible.
And analytics cannot work with this image because analytics needs contrast, and contrast is gone. It's completely blurred away by noise reduction.
Yeah, and this still image, if nothing is moving, it looks pretty okay. And if you measure it and puts the data in the datasheet, it might look good. Yeah. So can we show the same camera from the same manufacturer with a even faster moving object? Because we will come back to faster moving objects later. So we should click the top right one. I think we have that video. So let's see. There we go. So this is a similar one, but also with a moving object. And can you see the moving object? It's moving a little bit faster. It's actually a guy on a bike. Same camera. When the object is moving slower, you might see it. But as soon as it goes faster, it's pretty much impossible to see. So it also gives you a feeling about the difference between different technologies. So going back to the lower left one, let's see what we can do with the Starlight X camera.
Okay, here we go.
Bit of a difference, right?
Yeah, I think you can say that. Huh?
Yeah, I don't need to speak to my... Same time, same date, 22nd of January. It's pretty dark, actually, 6 o'clock down here. And this is... Watch out for the cable. Oops. Yeah, I've seen this one before. Now, this is really a big difference. You can imagine what the difference is in bitrate, the ability to have at least some information. And you can also see there is a bit of noise in the image, but it's still a usable picture.
Yeah, I think it's very low noise. And you saw in the previous image of this this competitor product, the noise filtering just completely filters away the person of interest. But if you look at this image, you see me walking here, but it's not that I'm suffering from a big noise drill or something like that. So for the light scenario where you're in, it's really impressive that we can show this high detail with this low amount of noise.
Yeah.
This is
Because also,
really
Chris,
big step forward.
technology-wise, what people do when they're reducing noise is also you're reducing details. This is really in the technology behind it. So if we now go over to the one where you show this, yeah, exactly, you know the drill, the Bosch version of the guy with the bike. This is an object that is moving a bit faster than the other ones. Now you can see it's a guy, it's on a bike. You could actually understand that he is on a bike and he's moving around. On the other one, you saw a very blurry object. And for this one, imagine a camera that should do object classification, like in the Inteox cameras, like in the IVA cameras, like in the AI detectors. This is pretty much impossible with the previous images. So it's also giving us a lot of benefits when it's about generating and enabling data. Cool. I really think the images speak for themselves. And if you haven't tested the cameras, you can do what our colleagues are usually doing. And I have to explain this one before we go to the next slide. There is a lot of people in the Bosch organization that loves our cameras. And what we usually do, we let them test the cameras because each guy have their own way of using the cameras. They have previous products in the market that has been their top selling products. And this story I would like to tell you is about my dear friend and colleague, Andres Pender in Estonia. He's the guy who loves to test products. He's a bit of a pixel troll. He knows what he's doing. So he set up in his own backyard 2 cameras. The Dinion 5 megapixel Starlight box camera with a nice lens. He's been using it a lot. And he set up also now the new Flexidome 8000i X Starlight camera. And he did some shootouts and he was testing the cameras. And the next scene is not fake because you cannot fake this one. I would like to show what happened. So if we go to the next slide, this is a bit funny. So on the left side, it's Andres out in his backyard. It's dark as it gets. On the right side, you see the old generation of the camera. And even if it's in this backyard, it doesn't see the small brick wall that is in front of him. And this, you cannot fake this pain. You can also see it's in color mode. The other camera, the old one, is in black and white mode. And it really gives you a feeling about what the difference are between the previous generation of Starlight cameras and the new X series of cameras. And this is just for low light environment. You might see it's in color. He is actually wearing a backpack with some orange on it, so you can see it. And there is his knees going. You can see his mobile is on the street. So I'm making a little bit about the joke of this one, but it's actually a nice comparison. And this is what we do in our free time. Guys, we're testing our cameras. Yeah. So thank you, Andres, for that video footage. We have some more of those ones, but I will not show it right now.
That will remain on the internet forever. Huh?
Yeah, exactly. So that was quite a lot about the X series when it comes to Starlight, but also, you mentioned it, other improvements, usability of the image. How can we get the best video footage on fast-moving objects, even if we have scenes that have a huge difference in lighting and light environment?
Yeah,
X series, Starlight X.
Good question. So sensitivity is key, of course, but there's one other parameter on imaging that's important, and that's dynamic range.
Yeah.
And that's a cool thing, as we mentioned also this morning. In this new X series, we're combining 2 huge improvements in one product, Starlight X, and the other one, Acer X. So of course, also on this technology, we can show some interesting material and examples.
Yes. So shall we start the PowerPoint with a few examples? I think we just go to the next slide and I can, there we start.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Acer X is a technology where we also combine hardware technology really in the sensor and advanced algorithms to make a specific way of processing, and together gives this a huge leap forward in capturing high quality video of moving objects and scenes that have a dynamic range requirement. So we didn't focus on delivering some nice super high datasheet value that is not really relevant in real life, but focusing on the application of you want to capture a video of a subject of interest which is moving at a certain speed.
Yeah, because this is something not the market not is always talking about. Because if you do this VDR, HDR technology stuff, you're combining different shutter speeds in the camera, in the sensor, and then you're using algorithms to combine it into one image. And what you usually will have, and you will see it here in the examples, is a either blurred image or a image with artifacts out of the effect of having different shutter speeds at the same time. This is a bit nerdish, tech nerdish, but in these slides we will see, you will demonstrate and show what the actual difference are, right?
So a target is to give an HDR image of HDR processing without any blur or artifacts. And there's a small benefit there, that it also allows us to do HDR at slightly lower light levels. All HDR or WDR cameras in the market, Bosch or other brands, will slowly turn off HDR when the light level goes down, because it's simply not possible at lower light levels. And with this technology, we can also maintain it just a little bit longer. Now, we see here a picture of a bicycle on the street. It's this picture is a bit difficult to see, but it's a bike courier doing food deliveries. But you see, the picture is nice, but the bike is kind of blurry. We suffer from motion blur.
Yes.
And this is not due to being very low light, because you see this is at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but this is due to HDR. And the picture that we are looking at, it looks maybe to you not as a very challenging wide dynamic range image, but for the camera it actually is, because if you look in the background, you see a very bright sky, and the building in the background is also a bit bright. So the camera has to balance this picture between the sky and the building in the background and the foreground, which is a slightly lower light level or a lower light level. So the camera has to do HDR, WDR to make a nice picture that shows the darker parts and the bright parts correctly. But as a result, we have a blurry bike. Now, if you now move to an HDRX camera, look at this difference. I'll show it one more time. A traditional HDR, HDRX. It almost looks like this bike is standing still. It's so sharp. If you would blow it up, you can see even which food delivery service it is. You see the spokes in the wheel.
Oh, come on, no commercial now, guys, for this guy.
Sorry?
No commercial for this food delivery chain now. They have to pay for it otherwise.
Although the color might help.
And even a faster moving object then.
Yeah, we can do the same for a faster moving object, a car. So with the previous slide, I gave it already array, of course, but it looks like this car is standing still. Even the rims on the car are not showing any motion blur.
You could believe it's a parked car, actually, right?
Yeah. So to show the benefit of HDRX, I really need a reference image, otherwise you would not believe it. So here we did a comparison. These are all 2 megapixel cameras. So top left is the new X series with HDRX. Top right is the Starlight normal HDR 8000 camera. Bottom left is a competitor product, and bottom right also a competitor product. We see the competitor at the bottom right using the oldest method of doing WDR HDR, which is quite poor. You see there the front bumper of that car twice. So that's an artifact we call. It's blending multiple images, but it's not being very successful due to the technology method that they use. But if you look at the bottom left and the top right, both that competitor and us using the most modern way of doing HDR, WDR, which is called a line-by-line HDR. So taking 2 or 3 images or more and combining them. And you see those cars suffer from HDR motion blur. And if you look at the left headlight, there's some artifacting there. So it's not a sharp image. And
I can also see that you did some GDPR compliance blurring there on the top left one.
Yeah. So if we zoom in on that, I had to, because this is not my car, it's not the Bosch employee, so I had to blur part of the license plate. But the other cameras, you don't have to. They have free of charge privacy functions when you turn on HDR. So I think this is great to see such a big improvement with this new technology. And it really allows you to catch more relevant data. The details of the car brand, but even the license plate, the difference between seeing nothing or seeing clearly text on it.
Yeah, I think we have a few more examples of this in the next slide with some other scenes where you also can have a good benefit out of HDR, right?
So first, I can give a short explanation about the technology. Because as I shortly highlighted before, this is new technology. It didn't exist before on the market. It's utilizing technology supplied by a sensor supplier, so it's finding its origin in the hardware. So for sensor technology, this is also a new technology. So until today, if you look at security cameras, this didn't exist. And if you talked about WDR or HDR, sometimes people mentioned true WDR because it needs to be, if you want to have an HDR camera, it needs to have multiple exposures. This was the expectation until today, basically. But this now changes with this new technology in the sensor and in the algorithm coming to HDRX. We can do true HDR or true WDR, as you might call it, in a single exposure. So we made that comparison here between how HDR is done until now for Bosch and for competition versus the new method. So the traditional way of doing it is you have to take multiple exposures, minimum 2, can also be more. For simplicity, I did a picture here with 2. And you take a short exposure, which gives you an underexposed image, which will show the details in the highlights quite nicely. And you have to take a long exposure, it gives you an overexposed image, which gives you a nice detail in the darker parts of the scene. So that are those 2 small images you see here. And then you start combining these 2 images, taking the best of both, giving you a nice balanced picture. However, because you have to take 2 exposures, there is a time difference. So that I tried to explain with this arrow here at the top. This time difference between the 2 exposures that have to be put together can give you, for example, artifacts. If you put those 2 images together and the object has moved in time, it's not perfectly overlaying and you get an artifact.
Yeah, that's what we saw on the previous images, right?
Yeah, the artifact on the previous images, you saw it a little bit with the headlights. But on the previous image, what we saw more was HDR blur. So you see, to do multiple exposures, you need to have a long exposure. And same as you go to low light without HDR, if you have a long exposure and your subject is moving at a certain speed, and that subject is moving through the exposure time and gives you a blurry image. So for normal imaging, low light imaging, you already know it as motion blur, but actually, if you have an HDR camera, you also have motion blur. So motion blur caused by HDR because you have a long exposure.
Shall we try to see how a fast-moving colleague of ours are helping out to demonstrate this one?
Yeah.
I think we have some nice.
Shortly finish off the one on the right. So if you move toward a new technology, you see here we do it in 1 exposure, and that's where the new technology comes in. Within 1 exposure, we can actually take 2 images. This was not possible before. So we take an image with a high gain and an image with a low gain, and all in a short exposure. So that means no long exposure, no HDR motion blur, and no 2 images that needs to be blended together. So also no artifacting.
Yeah, I think we're running out of time a little bit. I would really like to show this one. Yeah, this one, because it's always good to see a colleague that is working and is working with high speed. So Dimitri did this test together with you guys. So this is really showing it, right?
Yeah. So here again, the same competitors as we show for the Starlight movie, but focusing on HDR. So we have here somebody that wanted to run for us. And you see top right, bottom left, traditional HDR cameras, and you see quite some artifacting here. So you see the face twice, the arm twice, while with HDRX you don't suffer from this. At the bottom right picture, we have a camera that claims to be WDR, but that's not a true WDR. So you see here on the image, the background is fully exposed. So if you have a camera which is not through HDR, you don't have multiple exposures, so of course you also don't suffer from artifacts or blur. So the bottom left, top right are traditional HDR, and the top left is HDRX. So you see the overall HDR performance is of course also great, but then when we get some nice motion in, here we see a truck driving by, and look at this difference. You can read the text on this truck which moves by at speed, while on the other cameras it's completely blurred away. So the artifacting due to speed.
Okay, Gijs, thank you very much for this information. I think you gave a lot of answers to the previous questions, and I also think we got a lot of information for people to start thinking about, because this is not what everybody out there is considering when they're designing a solution for a security installation or for other purposes of generating good information to extract data out of your solution. So
as you mentioned before, Anders, it's not always about having a certain datasheet value, because actually the datasheet value of HDRX is not higher than the traditional HDR, but the real life performance is completely different. So I think that's a very good example.
Thank you very much. I hate to interrupt you, but we have so much more information here that we would like to demonstrate. So thank you very much. Hope you continue to watch and to look into the other sessions coming up soon. So thank you for that one, Gijs. And now it's over to Inteox.
You're welcome.
So now it's time to do one of these dangerous things where we're combining to test things live and to show you some recordings that we pre-done. So I have Jimmy here with me today, and we will be testing this one live. So it's always an interesting thing to see how things are working. You heard about the Inteox update from me and Ruud before. And now we shall actually look at a few apps that has been installed in one of the cameras we have here today. The complete story about apps into a camera, who is responsible for the functionality, who is responsible for that these apps that we have in the cameras actually are working fine. You know the story by now. The apps are done by a third-party manufacturer. If you have any ideas about if the apps are working good or fine, it's not really Bosch to blame or to benefit out of this one. So we will show you a few different apps. It's not made by us, and we just picked a few ones that we thought was kind of interesting and a bit challenging as well. So Jimmy and I have made a pre-recorded video where we tested the apps, and we will also show you a few ones that we have installed in the camera, and then we will actually test one live. So Jimmy, if we quickly go into the App Store, first of all, from security and safety things, and this App Store you will be reaching through the remote portal. So this is how it looks like. This is live, and this is the place where you can find all the different apps that you can install in your Inteox camera. Out of these ones, Jimmy, you just picked a few ones and tested. As you know, we have 30 days test.
Yes, correct. So I selected a few ones to try when people is falling. To one app that is checking emotions from people, if they are angry or happy, and so on. We did also test some LPR to check license plate recognition from your car.
Yes. So also this is important. This is my car, so it's GDPR safe and GDPR compliant, and all people that are part of these videos has accepted to be part of them. So Jimmy, perhaps we should try to watch the video with some of the examples we did, and I try to see and talk us through what we're seeing.
Yes.
Yeah. On this one, it's really simple. It's an autodome camera, Inteox one, a moving camera. This was recorded a couple of weeks ago when we had some snow up here. And you will see a car driving in. And what this app does, it's actually just an LPR app, license plate recognition. But it also does some other things. So first of all, it's reading the plate. It's looking at the registration plate. And you can also see this dirty sign on my car. It's I have 91% of probability, but then when I come from the other direction with my card, it will also try to find out what car brand and what make and what model it is. So this is one type of example where you can use the camera to do both license plate recognition, and it could also do the car brand and model. The same camera can also be done for another purpose, and what you see here is really simple. It's me and another colleague walking past the camera, and at the same time as it's capable of doing LPR, it will be doing face mask detection. So I'm not sure if we can pause this video at the previous stage. So Jim, if you just go back there, I think it's really simple. And if we pause it right there, you will see the camera has detected that I'm wearing a mask and my colleague Josef is not wearing a mask. Same camera, two different apps. Then we have also tested some other nice and interesting apps from the camera. Another app that we will demonstrate here is detection of safety vest and helmet. It's the same camera, we just moved it indoors to test it. And also this one is GDPR compliant because this is you one testing it. Simple functionality. It's checking if the worker is using a safety helmet and safety vest, and it will be able to detect if he has it or not have it. So just imagine this camera being used outdoors in a construction site. It can be used to do this. It can also do the mask detection. It can do license plate recognition and all the other things that you might find interesting in the app. This one is also a bit funny. This is a camera, same camera, detecting if somebody's falling down. And what you can see here is Jim is not really being a nice friend to Johan. He's laughing when Johan is falling down, but that's the way how it happens when you test apps in an Inteox camera in the Bosch office. And it really is an interesting way of finding out if somebody is falling down. And I also think we will see Johan testing this one. Yeah, Jim is not really a nice colleague. His friend and colleague is falling down and Jim is just walking past him. It's not the way to do it in my opinion, but it's really a nice way to see how this is working. Same camera, different apps, different use cases. And I also think we have this one with a share, explaining and demonstrating how it could look like if somebody might be sitting in a chair, falling down. Could be a wheelchair, could be something else. So you start to see and you start to understand that being able to use these types of different apps really gives you different types of usability of a camera that usually is used just for safety and security. And the final one here, I think it's about smoke. No, it's not the final one. There are still a few other ones. This is tested with smoke and fire. So we did this one on an exhibition down in Denmark. So we've been using that video again to test how fast one of these apps can detect smoke. And it's really quick. And here I would like to say this is a third-party app running in a Bosch camera. You might know that we also have the Aviotech camera from Bosch that could trigger both fire and smoke alarms at the same time. So that's also a different thing. That's a Bosch camera with a Bosch software in it. This is a Bosch camera with a third-party app, being able to detect the fire and smoke. Also really interesting. What you will see on this one is emotions. How happy am I? How sad is Jimmy? How happy is Johan passing the camera? Also a way of finding data to make your solution generate other data than just data for safety and security. And even if it's quite far away, the camera is really good at doing this. But as I said initially, it's not Bosch who is manufacturing this app. We're manufacturing the camera like an iPad or something else, and anyone else can install the apps they would like to have on those ones. And then the funny one comes out now. I would actually like to test live. It's also about, are you happy with the thing? Are you okay with the thing? Or are you really disappointed with the thing? And you can think for yourself in these COVID-19 times, when you go through a store or something else and they would like you to push a button to tell them how happy you are, or if you're unsatisfied with the solution. This I would like actually to test in real life, Jimmy. So the camera outside here is mounted, and I will go and see if I can tell the camera how I felt this demonstration was. But let's see. So hang on with me. I'm walking outside the studio. Jimmy, help me out when I'm in there.
Yes, we'll soon see Anders. And good. They were happy.
I think it was good. If somebody would say like this, I would be unsatisfied, but yeah. Okay. So Jimmy, thank you very much. I hope that was okay. It's time to round off this piece of the presentation and demonstration.
Yes.
Hello again. So thank you very much. Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you.
And now it's time for the next one.
Yes.
So now you have heard a lot about the future video, and future video is actually already here. You have seen the Inteox apps, you heard about the AI detectors and all that stuff, and now it's so nice to be able to bring the topic into one of the topics that is bringing everything together. And to do this, I have asked my dear friend and colleague Max down in Germany to help me out with this presentation. So Max, first of all, you need to introduce yourself.
Thank you, Anders. My name is Max, and I'm the product manager for the cloud services for business unit video in building technologies.
Yes, and today we will be talking about the remote portal that we have also heard about this morning. We will talk about the cloud VMS, that's a bit of a new expression, and also about what we previously known as CBS. So it's a lot of different topics, and they're all merging together now. So this is really interesting, and I would like to say to the audience out there, please pay attention, because this is important. This is the first time you will hear this one from us now. So the future video is here, and Max, take it away.
Thank you. You're absolutely right. So the future of video is here, and I think the main word that we use for it is VSaaS. So VSaaS is video surveillance in the cloud. It's a complete package of everything that you need delivered to you as a service in order to provide video surveillance, video protection, and even more to your customers. And the way we define it, and this is where the link comes to the remote portal, as you just mentioned, is VSaaS for us consists of these three main elements. First of all, you need to have a good device management. You need to be able to securely connect your devices to the cloud. You need to have configuration, commissioning support in the cloud. And that's really what the remote portal does. It's the entry point into what we call the Bosch Security Cloud.
Yes,
Once
Max,
you have the camera in,
sorry to interrupt you, the first thing I do, because I think this is extremely important, because what we saw earlier today, also about how to add the apps into the Inteox cameras, it's also part of the commissioning and device management. This is really where we as a manufacturer are bringing the maintenance, the commissioning, and all the installation tools for these people out there that previously just did the installation on site.
Absolutely correct. I know your videos on that topic, and they are great. And I recommend everyone to try it out. Also, right now, we offer the remote portal as a service as well. Every camera, starting with the firmware 640, comes remote portal capable, so you can connect it right away.
Yeah.
And once you connect it, you have the benefits of all the services that we are going to talk about right now. Yes, as I said, device management, that's like the foundation, that's the need to have. And from there, we go into further services, value-add services. Just one example here, counter reports. Yeah, very straightforward service you can activate on the remote portal to give you an overview over time on certain counters from your cameras. And then the third part, the really powerful cloud VMS. And this is where it comes together with what you just mentioned as CBS. It's a platform that really helps you to manage alarms, to forward these alarms, and to also give you cloud storage options to save basically video clips, video streams into the cloud. And we have a lot to cover today, so
yes, we need to speed up. Otherwise, the people will be sitting here the whole afternoon. You and I like it, but they might have other things to do as well.
Yeah, we go a little bit quickly over the device management part. I think you have that covered pretty well. So I think the device management came out of recognizing lots of installer challenges that we saw on the market. Getting to a device, no matter whether it's a camera, it's a fire alarm panel, it's an intrusion panel, was quite tedious, was difficult, and it was often not secure because you needed to open ports, you need to open a firewall. Really not what we want. So our solution was to set up the remote portal to essentially bridge the gap, not only between the installer and the device, but also to give further options to offer services, and basically also to maybe let the end customer into the portal to use services provided on it. And I said it in a word, the remote portal is of course not limited to video cameras. We support multiple more devices like fire alarm panels, intrusion panels, and so on and so forth. And the remote portal really will go, and I think you discussed this later with me, also forward in terms of supporting more types of devices, not only from Bosch, but also from other brands. So, remote portal, just really quick overview. This is it, right? This is the web client, which gives you everything that you need to manage your users, see your systems at one glance, see whether the firmwares are up to date, whether the services are running, what the health status of your devices is.
Yeah, and Max, this is real, because this is, as it is today, it's free of charge. What you don't need to pay anything extra for this one. It's actually included. If you buy a camera from Bosch, everything out of this one is free of charge, and you can start using it from day one. Exactly. It's a global service that we provide, and it's available around the world. I see very positive feedback, and we see a lot of traction in the market. But of course, everybody is invited to try it out and see whether it fits. But I think it's great. I think as well. And you saw previously when Jimmy added the camera, it's so simple and it goes so quick. So I think it's something to emphasize quite a lot on. But okay, those are the free of charge stuffs that we have in the remote portal today. But we're bringing other stuff as well. Sure. Let me finish the remote portal story a little bit. I mean, you go into that, the connection is quite easy, right? Connect the camera and the functionality, the device management functionality that I just showed in the client, but also in terms of connecting to the device through the Bosch security clouds are immediately activated and available. So this means, and just showing you this here, some of you might know the configuration manager for our IP cameras, very powerful tool. And this tool is seamlessly integrated with the cloud, with the Bosch security cloud, meaning you simply log in with your credentials from the remote portal, you click on connect, and your installed base, your cloud installed base will show up as if you would be sitting next to it. And it gives you the benefits of using the configuration manager's unique advantages, for example, for IVA configuration and so on. It runs as a native software on your desktop, right? So the performance is quite nice. And all this is, as you said before, immediately available once you commission the camera to the remote portal. Okay, I said it, the benefits pretty clear. You said it also, free of charge, immediately available. Please try it out. And in terms of trying it out, also here really quickly, I mean, we see that the story we are selling you here, that the commissioning configuration of a Bosch camera is really, really good, is gaining traction in the market, right? We have one case here, American customer, and he really sees the apps that we have, Project Assistant, Configuration Manager, Remote Portal, coming together and really helping him get his people off the ladder quicker, right? This is what we want to achieve. This is what we want to help, is to increase the efficiency of the commissioning and configuration process of a camera. And I think we are on a good path.
and we will still continue to improve that path.
Yeah, fully agree. This is really something we have a great traction of this one in the Nordic region and also in Benelux. I know people are using it quite intensively. So it's a really good tool, and also the project assistant tool. I'm not sure that everybody are aware of it, but it's a really nice and neat tool to help you configure your camera. So if you haven't tried it already, please do it. If you don't know how to get it, please get in contact with us, and we will help you to get everything you need to be able to use your project assistant tool as well.
Yeah. And maybe just to say this, the project assistant tool allows you to immediately commission the camera to the remote portal. So that's really like it's almost a one-click action. You have the camera in the cloud. You can basically leave the site. You can configure. You can fine-tune. You can do all the nitty-gritty stuff from the back office, and your more experienced technicians might take this over. Your IVA experienced technicians might take this over. All right. So long story short, we believe that device management is the essential part, and we believe that device management in the cloud with the remote portal is the best way to do this. We support every Bosch camera starting at firmware 640. We give you the option also to deploy updates with one click of a button to the latest firmware. We give you the connection with the configuration manager. And in the end, we believe that a connected device, that a cloud connected device, therefore is also a more secure device, because you will make sure together with us that the device is always up to date, that there is nothing left, no insecurities left, because you can stay in touch with the devices out there. Okay, so now let's come to the actual part of the presentation, to go a little bit deeper into what are the services that you can activate, that you can use once you have the camera in the cloud. And I said this before, right? Camera to the remote portal, device management, services, applications. Probably you have shown this also in the morning, how the Inteox cameras show up there. But there are cloud services that can be activated. And one of these cloud services, for example, you see this on the nice cards in the remote portal, is alarm management. So
yeah, this is interesting, because since it's already there, we have already had questions. Hey guys, what is this all about? What is this card saying? Alarm management, cloud-based storage. These are things I think people are really curious to hear how we are now merging the remote portal and our cloud VMSs.
Yeah, exactly. I'm getting there. Takes a little bit more time, but this is exactly what you see here. I mean, if you click on this card, the service alarm management will be activated for that camera. Of course, you need to have the appropriate license to activate this service. But once you have done that, your camera is being cloud to cloud connected to our cloud VMS, to the Bosch cloud VMS. And the Bosch cloud VMS is a true cloud video management platform that we deliver as a service, that is very focused on handling alarms. That's why the alarm management function is kind of the base package here. It's a complete tool for getting from an IVA alarm or an intrusion alarm to an operator interaction. Yeah. And it gives you everything that you need in order to make this alarm operator action valuable. We do a lot of things there to make the operator only respond to high quality alarms with high quality interventions. And
Yes,
I think
Max.
this is one of the points here.
I really hate to ask this question, but I will do it anyway, because we can perhaps talk about it. I will not show it, and you will not show it in any presentation today, but we're also looking into how to add extra artificial intelligence in the cloud for our video feeds to be even more reliable than we have from the IVA today. So if you could just mention a few words about this one without putting it in writing, because I know we're getting there, it's not there, but you also heard the story from Florian, from Ruud regarding AI detectors. So a few words about our plans for the cloud as well.
Yeah. So I would say it is like this. With our analytics from the Bosch portfolio, you already have a very, very good analytic capability in the camera. However, we all know, and especially when we take a look at how alarm operators work with the cloud VMS from Bosch, we still see that there is an occasional headlight, that there is an occasional environmental disturbance, small animals, weather effects, and these still create alarms. Yeah, and these alarms are being looked at by an operator. They cost time, they cost effort, they increase the level of fatigue, because, well, if you see a lot of these alarms coming in over a day or a period of time, you start to pay less attention. So for us, it's very important to make sure that the operator fatigue is decreased as much as possible. Therefore, what we plan and what is also underway is there will be another layer in the cloud post-processing these alarms with the help of our AI detector that you see on the edge, that you might see on the server, on an appliance, but also in the cloud. Post-processing these alarms and verifying what our IVA, what our EVA has found, and judging whether that's a real alarm or not.
Yeah,
Therefore,
it's really interesting. I really think this is what, during this year, we will see a lot of different opportunities coming up with AI detectors. So I don't want to spend too much more time on this one, but just think for yourself what you heard before about AI detectors, what you see in different types of algorithms that do different types of detections. We will start to see these things popping up. So without using too much time on this one, because I know it's a bit early, but I think you will start to see information from us in Bosch coming up both on edge devices like cameras, the Inteox cameras, perhaps in a server doing something. We will start to see more and more of these algorithms to become a part of the services we will provide. So don't be surprised if you see it in the cloud as well. Shall we finalize it like that?
Exactly, and the cloud is obviously a good candidate for it. And let me say it like this, without spoiling everything, we see that there is a large percentage that we can additionally reduce by introducing this AI layer. And I think we are very confident that in the end, maybe towards the end of the year, we are putting this out to maybe selected customers or interested prospects that want to try it out on a productive system in order to basically go towards almost zero false alarms. And so far the numbers are promising. And I'm also very excited to see the results coming in every day. Every day we get new results, and trust me, this is going to be very interesting.
So Max, let's make this into a cliffhanger and promise the audience that we do a similar webinar in Q3, Q4, something like that, where we will be disclosing a bit more details. Can you promise me that?
I will promise you that for sure.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, back to the presentation. Sorry to interrupt you, but I think this is it's so interesting and important, and it also makes the previous sessions we've heard of today, like all the AI detectors, the hardware, the development, it really comes together. So Sorry for
Absolutely.
interrupting again, but I think it's important. So back to the presentation again, Max.
No, it's fine, and I think you hit the right point there. And I brought with me here a quote that we have from one of the customers. Maybe not the biggest, maybe not. This doesn't apply to everyone, but this customer deploys our Cloud VMS to cameras surveilling solar parks around the world. Right? And when you do this on a global level in India, Brazil, Australia, in one cloud, of course, this is where our power of Bosch comes in, because we can do this on a global level. We can roll it out with low latency on a global level. And at the same time, we can make sure, if you have this global setup, that you will also have the lowest number of false alarms. And I'm very excited to share that story later this year.
Yeah, thanks.
The Cloud VMS consists of 3 parts: alarm management, alarm transmission, and cloud storage. And I said it before, alarm management really has everything on board to help you prevent alarms from becoming incidents, right? You can react quickly, you can investigate, you can intervene. Alarm transmission is our description of the package where we help you integrate the Bosch Cloud VMS into other systems. Yeah, these systems could be CMS systems, PSIM systems, whatever you have. We have an integration team ready and willing and able to work with you on integrating the platforms, cloud to cloud, or even when you have a server-based system somewhere, to integrate it with that. Yeah, and the third one, cloud storage. So we have on board a included offer where we store 10-second alarm clips for 30 days up until a maximum storage of 50 gigs per camera. That's included in the alarm management package. If this is not enough for your case and you need further storage, we can offer you something there. At the moment, there is a license available extending the storage per camera to 500 gigs per month. Yeah, that's the maximum allowance. And we are extending this offer further.
Yeah, Max, this is also something I really think is interesting, because we get so many questions from the market saying, okay, you have a nice cloud solution, you have nice DVRs, you have DVR IPs, whatever, but I would like to store the video in the cloud. And this is something we will be able to offer coming up later this year. I think this is something we should be mentioning already now. Even if it's not there fully today, it will come. It's not just the alarm clips, it's also about continuous recording in the cloud.
Correct. So just to make this clear, so the storage, that's kind of like the commercial model, the license that we have, 500 gigs at the moment. For sure, this will be extended. The capability from a functional perspective are as follows. We can store pre and post event clips, yeah, covering a certain time span, like multiple minutes, or we can offer continuous recording. So continuous recording is available for all cameras supporting an ONVIF standard. We can connect these cameras and then continuously record. Event-based recording is available for all cameras as well. It really depends a little bit on what you want to achieve in your project. So my recommendation there is get in touch with us. Let's figure out what your problem is that we can help you solve. And then we will find the right setup in the Cloud VMS to solve that problem. Because every functionality that is needed is there. But as you said, Anders, it will come step by step towards a commercial model that, you know, is a little bit more subscription level like.
So Max, in the same webinar we will do in Q3 or Q4, please promise me that you will be able to explain this one at that time as well, because
I will
I know
be
we have people out there that actually are asking for this one right now, and I don't want to tell them that you cannot have it. I tell them you can have it on a project base, but I would also like to tell them a bit more in this autumn about the CTNs, the product numbers we will have, and how they can find it in the price list, because that will be somewhere at the end of this year, at least what we have discussed so far.
I can promise you that as well. Yeah, you can put that in writing if you want. But I also want to make one thing very clear. There is nothing stopping you right now from doing cloud storage, cloud recording together with us. We have the support team ready to set this up together with you. The instructions are there. If you have a cloud VMS system and you either have this multi-tenant or a dedicated system, the instructions are there, the descriptions is there, the training is there. However, I would say we are a little bit behind from a marketing level there. So I can promise you we catch up on that. Yeah.
Thank you.
But please, if there is a project that requires it, we can start immediately. We can start right now. Nothing stopping us from getting into these project lead times that we often see right now. Yeah.
Thank you, Max.
That's a clear message.
Yeah. So I think it's time to wrap up this presentation. I know we have a few more slides, so if we just go to the final ones, we will be able to wrap this up in 10 minutes, something like that, I believe.
Sure. I'm jumping now to just show it to you again. Maybe some of you have seen it. This is basically the application that we provide as a service. So this runs in your browser. It doesn't require any kind of software installation. This is really what the operator sees. Events coming in, classified differently according to the sites, according to whatever scenario has been configured. You have a nice timeline that really shows the different alarms coming in after time. We have a synopsis overlay, cloud post-processing that we show the operator, and the operator can then start an investigation or forwarding to other systems or interact with the site. So really everything needed from a cloud VMS perspective is on board. You can see historic events there. You can see these events by selected timeframes, and all this as a service. So in words, I said it before, better IVA triggered alarm events shown, 30-day video evidence backup included with 10-second alarm clips, smart event images, and everything can be activated via the remote portal and then basically be used right away. Yeah.
Yes, and as we said before, Max, if you have any if you have any projects, if you have any leads, please contact your local Bosch representative, and we will get back to you with an ability to see how we can test this solution for you, because we also have the ability to help you with our own demo solutions to be able to test this one out. So that is also something you should remember out there. We do have in the Bosch organization our own demo systems where we can add cameras so you can start testing these ones.
Yes. So I showed this as an example because we have functions like the cloud storage that we just talked about, and we have functions that are more focused on alarm operators, on security operating centers. And here, this is the example, right? So maybe you have 24/7 cloud recording running. And you want to give your end customer access to these cloud recordings. That's not a problem. That's possible with the feature set that we have in the cloud VMS. But at the same time, we have features that come included in the alarm management package, like the virtual assistant feature, the virtual guard feature, and the live intervention feature that really help a security operating center to deliver services to this banking chain, for example, or to protect this banking foyer or ATM much better. Virtual guard could be a guard tour where you need to check certain cameras at a certain time. Virtual assistant, at the push of a button, somebody interacts with the site, or you have a live intervention service triggered by an IVA alarm to detect some vandalism, some loitering. So main story of this slide is it's a powerful tool. Our cloud VMS is capable of a lot of things. And there are some applications, like, for example, this banking application, where it fits perfectly and where you can really give your end customers, again, a complete offering in an open ecosystem, where you bring in maybe a monitoring or a video monitoring company that you are familiar with, you bring in installer skills or configuration skills, and in the end, you create a new package out of that you bring to the end customer.
Yes.
And
I think, Max, this is extreme. This is exactly where I wanted you to to end up today, because this is really bringing all the stuff we started with this morning, bringing everything down in bits and pieces: cameras, solutions, detectors, AI detectors, cloud, remote portal, project assistant. This is really the proof in the pudding. And I would actually like us to stop here, because I would like us to keep a few more secrets for the audience, so they would be interested in joining the next webinar we will do about this one. So, Max,
Sure.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry to cut you off, but you know, time is flying when having fun. And if you and I should be talking about this one, we should go for hours. You and I know that one, so we need to stop at some point, and I think this is the okay point to stop. So with that one, Max, thank you very much for insights, your information, and we will remember to think about that. It's possible to sell these things already. Just get in contact with us locally, and then we will align and arrange for everything to be possible for you to test out there. So Max, thank you very much. Hope the weather in Germany improves, that you will have the same nice weather as we have here in Sweden. So
It's raining.
yeah, I know. I could see that behind you. Thank you very much, and happy to have you here. And let's plan for the next webinar in the autumn.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Max.
Talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good day and welcome to the session of the Bosch video designing tool. My name is Wilfred Reuvers. I'm a marketing and sales coordinator for the business unit video systems in the Benelux. And today we would like to talk about the tool which can be used when you design a project. But luckily I'm not doing this alone, and I have the help and support of my colleague Harold van der Oetelaar, who is our application designer and well equipped with this tool. So Harold, thank you for joining today, and maybe you can give a quick introduction of yourself.
Yes, also good day from my side. As said by Will, I'm Harold van der Oetelaar, the project or the application design person, and I'm helping our customers to, for example, also design and create their projects.
Okay, and when we start with using this tool, what kind of aspects do you need to take into account when you start designing a project?
Well, first of all, you have to really know what the customer wants. What is the goal of the customer? What does he? How does he want to use the camera? Wants the customer have just a normal overview, or really want to have the recognition of a person, or even wants to do VCA? All of that is related to make the correct design with the correct camera and the correct resolution, and that's the reason we created the Bosch video design tool.
Well, Harold, maybe you can show this tool to us and yeah, show how you can create a project design, and you can show us a bit more how we should use this tool.
Yeah, sure. Let's open the tool and have a look together. So if you open the tool, you see that the tool will start with a default camera in the view. What a very nice thing is that you can add a background. So if you right click on the screen and load the background image, you can select the environment of the customer. So in this case, we are using an office building. So I'm loading now the office, the picture of the office. The only thing what you need to do is tell the tool exactly how big it is. So I'm drawing a line here, so the tool is asking to doing that, and so I give the measurements in here, and everything will be scaled now. You see also that the scaled value will be presented. What you see now is that the tool is rescaling everything, and also the camera, which was by default already in this view.
Okay, and you can choose any kind of map you want to upload into the tool.
Yes, if you add the site plan, as it is called in this tool, you see that you can use JPEG, but also a PDF, for example. Then, as soon as you have the map in your picture, you can also say, okay, I want to lock it so that you cannot change the scale anymore, and that you can. Then it is much easier to add your cameras and drag and drop your cameras on the map. So so now you can see that I cannot take the background anymore. Only the cameras I can move over the screen, and there where I want. I can also minimize the picture, so make it smaller, and also I can move it, but then I move everything and not only the background. So that's the added value of by locking the map. Then of course the next step is, if you have the map in place, scaled it on the right size, then you can select your cameras. By default, there is one camera in the system, but if you want to use a different one, for example, our FlexiDome 8000, then you can select it here from the list. And you will see that it is changing immediately to the current view.
And practically you can choose any camera from the whole portfolio which you would like to choose.
Yes, our full portfolio is in this tool, exactly. Now you see here that I do, for example, a perimeter camera. And as you know, and here on the left, sorry, on the right corner, you see the view of the camera, with the person in the view as well. Well, imagine that here is a big wall, so the wall of the building himself. You can also draw a wall. So by just clicking the wall icon, you see that you can drag a wall right there. You can give the height of the wall. For example, it's a building of, let's say, 10 meters high, and you will see immediately that the view is also changing. So a camera can of course not look through a wall. So if you drag and drop or drag the wall around the building, then you will end up with the exact right views. Of course, you need to have more than one camera, and you can easily take the camera, say I want to use the same, so copy and paste the camera, and then you will have the second camera in place. Also here in the list, you see now that I have two cameras, and also you can select them here. And you see the type is a dome, the task is general, and as said in the beginning of this, the most important thing, of course, is to know what the customer wants. If the camera needs to do VCA task, you can also say, I'm going to use this one as a video analytics camera. Then you see immediately that the view is changing, the color is changing. To have a better understanding of the colors of the view of the camera, you can go to the settings and go to the camera zone visualization, and then you see the colors, how many pixels per meter you have. In this example, it's the EN 62676, but you can also select different ones if you are located in a different country, or if your customer is requiring different normation for the pixels per meter.
So in the color explanation, you can also find, for example, then the DORI values, Harold. So like detection, observation, recognition, and identification. That is actually you can compare it with the DORI value.
Yes, exactly. Even you see that this tool is going further than the default DORI values. You see here detection, observation, recognition, and identification. That's the DORI. And for strong identification, you have the pink one, and for monitoring, so you have less pixels and you see something happening, but you cannot recognize the object anymore. But that's monitoring. And those values, those colors, you see back in your drawing as well. On the left side, you see the camera installation height as well. So you can also change that. So for example, that the camera is mounted on 6 meters, and also immediately the view is changing again on the right bottom corner. As said, all cameras, all types of cameras you can select. So our full portfolio is in this list. Also the autodomes or the well-known Mickey's of us. And then if I selecting one of those, the PTZ cameras, then you see the complete circle, and also again you will see the colors for the DORI values. And again, you see the wall, and it cannot go through the wall. You only see what you can see in real life situation. Of course, if if it is possible to mount a camera as a corridor camera, so you can select also here the normal view or the corridor view, and then again the scene is changing immediately. Resolution is by default the highest one, but also if you want to have a different resolution of this camera, you can select your own resolution, and then again immediately everything is changed to that resolution, and the colors will be changed. Now you see that the red and the purple color is gone. That's logical because that's identification and strong identification, and that's not possible anymore with such a low resolution. Also, if the camera has a varifocal lens included, then you can also select that value, and again it is immediately changed. It's not only possible to do that there. If I select this camera, for example, and I'm changing the view, then you see also that the focal length will change. This camera has a 10-23 mils lens inside, so you can make no mistakes. You cannot go further than the 23 or lower than the 10. And immediately you see again that the view is changed. And there you see the blue ones, the blue color. And if I go a bit further, then you see the gray one, and there I don't see nothing anymore. So that's out of the scene of the camera. So you can add cameras as many as you want, and from different types. And then you can also imagine if I do the outside design and also the inside design, that it is a bit difficult to see every camera by himself, but you can also select the eye in the table here to switch it off, so you can switch the views off of every camera, so that you have only, for example, only one camera or all of them.
I see a nice button in the top, Harold, where you can see 3D views. Can you show something about the 3D views?
Yes, of course. The 3D views is actually what we see on the in this corner, on the right bottom corner. If you selected the 3D view button, you will see the camera which you selected here. If you go to the other one, you will see what this camera is showing you. Also, what you can do in this case, it's a PTZ camera, so you can also move the picture. And then you can see on the background, that's the wall we created. If I select the other camera, and then also you see the person, how you will see the person on that on the distance of the camera.
Is it possible to add extra objects in the field of view when you talk about an outside environment where maybe some cars are placed or other objects, or maybe a tree, because that can also change your field of view of the camera, and to make it more realistic, to have a real design, can you include those kind of objects in your design?
Yes, you can. You see all icons here. If you pointing to it, then you see also what the icon is doing. Here you can add the camera, load the background image, add a wall. You can also add boxes in the picture. You can add people, and you can select between man or woman, and you can also, for example, adding that one as well. For inside, you can select in cabinet, a table, a chair, and so on and so forth. Cars and trees you can do. Your question was to add a tree, and so you can add the tree, for example, here. There we have the trees, and you can also add as many as you you want. And then going back to the 3D, then you see the trees are here now also visible on the background. Also, you can add, for example, a car if there is a parking place. I can also add a car if, for example, we have a parking place as well around the building. Then you can add cars. And also you see immediately the car is in the field of view, and also you see them immediately in the scene. If I'm now going to the 3D view again, then you will also see the car with the actual size. So you can also zooming in, and you will see immediately on the distance of the camera how the camera will looks like, or the scene will looks like.
So Harold, looks really nice, but can you tell something more about the right part of the screen where I see something about the field of view?
Yes, of course, I can. In that area, you can see the distance from the camera, for example. It's now 225 meters. That means that the camera is now showing you is this position, the red dot in here. If I'm changing it to the camera, you can see the distance from the camera is now 167 meters, and you see also that the viewing angle is changed. So you can change. Sorry, if I'm also here changing the lens settings, you see that the angle is going wider. But of course, I cannot see that far away from the camera. In the blue part, you have a low resolution due to the distance. If I want to know how far I can have the recognition, then I can draw the red dot to the green line, and then you will see that you can look at 136 meter with, of course, again, that resolution from the green that I can do the detection within 25 pixels per meter. So then you can also see how many meters away from the camera you can still recognize or detect the people. The target height is now set to 1.7. That's the size of a human. If you go to a lower value, that does mean that you can look a bit further away. But here you can say, I want to have the person maximum or full size in the view, in the scene. So if you are interested in people, then you have to set this one to 170. For example, if you want to see only cars which are, for example, only 1.50 meter, you can change the value, and then the scene height will be that this value.
Okay, Harold, is it possible to make an export of this plan, or how can you present this, for example, to your colleagues or to an end customer? Can you explain something more about it?
Well, you can. You have different options. You can save it in the format of this tool, so that a colleague or one of your colleagues or somebody else who has this tool can open it in the tool and perhaps also adding it again. But if you want to present it, for example, towards an end user, you can also make a PDF out of that. And then you don't need the tool to show it to other people what you have created. So if you go to the project export area, you can select different fields to make a more clear description and some explanation on the exported data. You can also select format options in which format you want to do it, on an A4 and landscape or portrait. You can numbering your pages, for example. But a very nice area is the project title, and for example, in subject and who created this and which version. So imagine this was the office building, and it was the office from Bosch, for example. So that is a Bosch office. It's created by me, of course, so I leave my name there, and it is the first one I created, so it's version 1. Also, you can use your own logo. Here you see it's a Bosch logo, but you can also use your own logo if you want, and you can simply upload that one to this page. Also, you can give some description to it, so you can have a bit more explanation on what you have created. If I then click OK, then it is starting to create the PDF for you. And you then you get the option to store it. So I will store it again as the office and save it. And if you then open the PDF, you will see what you have created. So it's the office. It's the office from Bosch. It's created by me on the date, and it is version 1. And then you will see that that what you have created is in an overview, and also every single camera you see in a more detailed. You see which camera we used, what the color is of the camera, and so on and so forth. And also here again, you will see the field of view again. You see which type we used, we selected, on which height it is mounted, because it's very important, of course, also for the installer to mount it on the same height as you did your design. Otherwise, your field of view and also your pixels per meter will not be the same as your design. So you get all the detailed information of every camera. Also here you see the second camera we used was the fixed dome camera. You will see the overview, and again you will see the details with also the pixels per meter on that specific distance. And last but not least, you will see our type number, a short description of the camera, and the installation height, resolution which is used, the focal length in this case, and your sensor size will be. So this list is very easy also to place your order at the end of the day. And here you see again the camera number 1. Again, the type number, the resolution which is used, the overall view, and also you see here the person, and you see that in this example you have only 2 pixels per meter. But if you go to the second camera with the fixed camera, then you see here the person is standing here, and if you really have a close look on the faces, you see that you have on this face only 21 pixels per meter. So this is what you then also can present to your end user, and then the customer sees exactly what he will see at the end of the day as soon as the camera is installed.
Well, I'm really enthusiastic. Harold, a really nice tool and that can really help to design a project. So what does it cost and where can I get it?
Well, the good thing is this tool is free of charge, and you can simply download it from our website, and you can start immediately playing around with it. If you have some questions, then contact me, and I can help you in a more detailed way, and also project specific. I can help you then.
Well, thank you a lot, Harold, for demonstrating this tool. I would like to thank the audience for your attention, and yeah, let's start working with this tool together. Good luck.
Thanks. You too.
Harold and Wilfred, really interesting information, and I'm happy that you guys are so skilled on using that tool, especially you, Harold, because I think it's a really nice value in how to be able to plan a solution exactly like you showed us. And that is pretty much the end of today. If you haven't registered already, please make sure that you do it now, because the questions that we haven't been able to answer today, quite a few, will be sent out to you afterwards. So you have the link here and you have the QR code. If you missed the QR code, you can always go back through YouTube, the ones of you who didn't see it, and register afterwards. So this is also a possibility that you could use. But try to make the registration as soon as possible, because we will hurry up to send out all the questions. And apart from that one, Björn, I think it's a wrap. It has been an intense day. I think it was really interesting day. A lot of interaction with questions. A big thank you to everybody out there who asked questions. A big thank you for all colleagues who helped out with the presentation, demonstrations. And apart from that one, Björn, it's Friday.
Yeah.
Happy Friday.
It's been a really interesting day.
Yeah.
Hopefully all of you enjoyed it. And if you want some more information, there will be after this session some QR codes where you can scan, and then just get back to us.
Yeah.
And
don't hesitate.
No.
You can contact any one of us, any of your Bosch representatives or your DIs, your SIs, anyone out there. They can always forward the information to us if you have some dedicated questions or if you need some specific information.
Yeah. No.
Okay. So, bye all. Have a nice Friday and a nice weekend, and stay safe.